Episode 207 of the Winners and Losers Show. Hello, everybody. It's me, Hank, your host. I'm the host, Hank Thompson of the Winners and Losers Show. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Thanks for checking out the channel. Thanks for watching the documentary. Lots of new people here, so allow me to make a first impression that will probably make you slightly befuddled, uncomfortable, or weird, or just bored. But hang with me. Give me a shot. I think I'll worm my way into your heart. I have a pretty good communication ability. Not going to brag or anything. Oh, I just did brag, actually. That is literally. So I'm not new to talking into a microphone. I'm not new to saying my crap into a camera. One thing I want to be new at is doing it consistently enough to build an audience, because I don't. That's absolutely the worst thing I do in my career is fail is to get it done and to get it out consistently. This episode should have happened like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. As you know, things popped off on Twitter in a huge way regarding the union busting story. The entire TYT drama thing is kicking off real big too in the last several weeks. There's so many other channels, not just the primary players currently in the marketplace of ideas, are getting in. Today we're going to look at the Rubin report versus the Cenk Uygur report on the Piers Morgan report. That's going to be interesting. I got a lot of stuff to go through in the Leftist Mafia from last week that I'm looking forward to reacting to. Mike from the I almost said Mike from the Figueredo report. Mike from the Humanist Report had an incredibly, I don't want to say surprising, but an incredibly kind and good and healthy and mature and respectable, meaning like a huge respect for his reaction to seeing himself in the documentary. So I'm really eager to share what I feel about that. I tweeted it out, and he and I had a brief exchange on Twitter, which is really great. So yeah, this is going to be a good show. I have tried. I almost did it yesterday, just couldn't pull it together. I had all the prep done. By the time I get to the talking part, I'm just kind of cooked. And I've got another thing going on this week that has been in the way. So I'll get back to talking about how overwhelming last week was and all that other stuff. But as regular listeners know, and new people here, you might go back and listen to the archives. In addition to seeing my beard existing as it did previously, no longer does it. My face has given up on hair, sadly. Real devastating. Even every time I bring it up, I just feel this immense blooming, like an exploding sun of sadness overwhelm me from the inside, consuming my flesh, burning through each cell one by one. So that sucks. But what was I gonna say? What the fuck was I getting at? You'll see. Oh, you go back, you'll see I've had this kitty cat. You see I've been kind of struggling dealing with it and she's a real sweetheart. And I took her in 2 years ago, actually. She was starving, over 2 years now, but she was starving, looking horrible outside my building. And I started feeding her. I don't do light emotion. I do big, strong, reflexive, almost like an allergy kind of emotion. If you want to hear me talk about autism, you stick around. I'll get to it. Don't worry. I actually do want to talk a lot more about it. It's one of the most interesting topics, I actually think, because it's about human variability of the nervous system, and the more awareness of not just autistic stuff specifically, but just patience with the way people are in general, I think is a healthy thing to talk about. And it's a big part of the TYT story, actually, because of like the timing of my experience and like I in the way that I've I struggled with dealing with stress and dealing with having to stand up for yourself, and so I'm leaning into some of that stuff. Anyway, I brought the cat in, and I didn't deal with it well. It was just stressful for me. I had to borrow money to take care of her, which is automatically not responsible. I didn't factor in. Let's see, is that cat shit on my fingers? That's disgusting. What did I didn't factor in the river of organics that would be a constant presence in this particular situation, but like pets in general. Grew up with pets, grew up with cats. I worked in the pet industry. You see the shrimp behind me. Those are my pets. They have babies, and I like to say to them, I go, great. Last thing I need is another 70 mouths to feed. Now, I don't know if their mouths are called mouths. They're probably called like front cloacas or something like that. I have no idea. Anyway, mandibles, something, orifici. So I hoped that the thing that happens with an animal is that the work is overwhelmed by the return, by the reward, by the my heart. I was struggling and then I took in a cat and it saved my life. This made it worse. I just got all fucking hyper autistic anxiety spirals literally every day. The absolute most important thing, I don't want to speak for all autistic people, but one of the most important things, especially if you have like the hearing sensitivity, noise and light sensitivity, and just being around people is really tough on me because I get dialed. I don't have full control over the way my head like focuses on things. It's just really intense for me. And so like protecting my peace and protecting my ability to focus is critical, especially with this situation I'm in right now. I don't have a very strong foundation. I have just enough support that I'm not homeless and I'm struggling and I'm terrified and I'm nervous and I need money desperately and all, such and such and such. So involving a cat was hopefully going to be like, we saved her life and then it would have saved my life because that was the connection I needed. But it turned out that was not true. I just struggled. It just made every day worse because it's not even just the routine stuff, which I struggle with that on my own life, but it was just I get this brain spirals about her being behind me and the situation and the poop boxes in my bathroom over there. And then there's all the food and it's the piss soaked sawdust being dragged around, the little cat nail things that flake off, the food, the barf, the hair, the dander, the eye contact. Oh God, enough with the fucking eye contact. She comes up and she does this like, am I in trouble? She does basically like, am I in trouble? And then you have to reassure her that she's not in trouble. And then she goes, okay, I'm good. I'm a good cat. And that's fine. And that's lovely. And she's a darling. And she grew up with, and we tried to find the original owners through the chip company. Okay, let me get to the point, because if I don't, I'm never going to finish this podcast. Try not to swear. Why am I holding the microphone up like this? It's a little bit weird. It's like I just came up with this. But if I get used to this, then I'm just going to be doing the whole show like that's no good. So here's what happened. I'm walking the other day. I'm trying to give a shit about my health. I read a book. I read that exercise is good for your brain. That's not. But I mean, I've known I needed to shift gears on my exercise for a long time. So I'm getting out and walking, and I've been doing it for the last like month. I maybe missed 2 or 3 days. Not beating myself up about not being perfect, but just getting out there. And it's like 25 minutes, good enough to get a little sweat. And I go. It's actually kind of late in terms of the sun was starting to go down, and I was like, all right, I'll get it in real quick here. I don't really like walking when it's super dark out, and I walk past this like yard, whatever, and there's a lady watering, and it's close to my, and she goes, sorry, and she thought she like got water near me, or she was just being, careful. And nothing. It was she didn't even need to say that at all. But I go, oh, that's all right, don't worry. And then I go, wait a minute, that's the house that's like right behind, and so I double back, 5 feet. I go, wait, are you? I go, sorry, don't mean to bother you. I live right there. That's my house. I just wanted to ask you, do you know anything about this cat that was around like a couple? And she goes, yes, that's our cat. She goes, that's my daughter's cat. She got out, and we couldn't catch her, and like it turned into this, and she was super happy and stuff. And I was like, do you want the cat back? I don't want this cat. I just saw her dying. I don't know how she was so bad. And like, so it was all very friendly and happy, and she was thrilled. She's like, oh my God, my daughter's going to be so excited. Oh my God. And I start talking about autism. Because I was explaining, like, I'm a video editor and I'm just doing it. Like, it's been I get hyper upset. I've tried everywhere I can to find a home for the cat. And this is like amazing. I'm already like over the moon just by finding that, we hadn't formally said, yes, you'd definitely take the cat back at this moment, but it was like very clear that that's where we were headed for sure, because they wanted the cat back. And so she goes, she heard me say video editor, and then she goes, oh my God, my son-in-law or my son something. Like, so she goes and gets this dude. And I'm like, fuck, I don't have to fucking talk to anybody. Yeah, these people, it's fine. I can do it. It's obviously, and I'm pretty good at it. Let's be honest here. But of course it's fine. And this guy comes up, great guy. What a nice man. Great energy. And he needs video editor work for his like little video production company that he's doing, which is legit. Like, and he's a real dude. So I might even get some freaking work. So this has all happened like last week, or I think it might have been a Saturday perhaps. And I was like, I am just so swamped. I was getting ready to go on shows and stuff, and I just had some work to do for the project, and I just wasn't planning on dealing with it all at the moment. So I told him, wait, give me a few days. Then I got in touch, and this is all like during this past week now, and now they're going to get the cat tomorrow. the cat is on her way out. This is her last day here. And she's going to go back to the person who raised her from 10 weeks. And they saw her in the window. I know I'm doing a bad job telling the story, but they had seen her in our building. And they knew, but they had they figured she was healthy and safe. And it just seemed like because they had been struggling to catch her and to get her back inside. I don't know precisely. And for some reason, they decided they didn't want to come over and talk to me. And it would have been fine if they had. I would have been like, oh my God, why did... And then when she was outdoors, actually here, geez, I screwed up. I meant to have this going here. Let's go to... So there she is. Look at that face. Look at her. Look at that girl. She was a bit skinny up in this upper left one here, but everybody remarks about how beautiful she is. Kind of amazing that this is the same cat as this one down here, isn't it? Don't they look different? Their markings are identical, though. It's the same cat. So, they had seen her in the window, and I guess they were just resigned to that she seemed safe and happy. And I think I don't really know, but I knew that they had been feeding her too, because I'd see her jumping like between the fences and stuff. And I thought to talk to them back then. Look at the cat loves YouTube too. I had thought to say something to them, and I didn't. They weren't scary people or something. I just was like, well, I can't imagine it's there. I don't know. I just didn't say anything. And I should have. I should have just said, hey, do you guys know anything about this cat that's back here? Like, it's because it's like partly it was living underneath their building in this hole. And fuck, it would have saved me 2 years, man. It would have made they would have said, yeah, that's the cat. And I would have helped them catch her. I wouldn't have just been like giving up on feeding the cat. I would have made sure that we got the cat caught and taken back. And these folks have more resources than I do. They would have been able to get her to a vet without having to borrow money. Look at her. Look at her. She's even tolerant of me filming. Being a goofball with a camera. So yeah, I built her all this stuff. That's the Barflands right behind me. As you can see, she's in her brown thing. They're going to get like $400 or $500 worth of cat materials and supplies. It's going to be, they're getting a nice big boost off of this. The bed that she's laying in there is electric, so it heats up a little bit. So she totally loves that. That's her spot. She watches TV. This is YouTube, of course, as we already showed. She's standing on some boxes in this picture. That's why it looks strange how she's standing. I piled up these boxes that I had for her. So it's been 2 years of anguish and of cuteness and of me having mental anxiety spinouts and literally losing 3 or 4 hours a day in terms of like good focus time. Because the thing you need when you're autistic, I think I was saying this earlier, the thing that, again, and I'm not trying to speak for all autistic people, but the headphones and light control and being able to have some space in your own environment, but really being isolated, being alone, so to decompress and to be away from people is so healthy, and to not be seen or perceived by anybody or anything, and you can be fully unmasked, or at least as close as you're able to be in however that feels okay for you. I haven't felt that in 2 years, and I am so desperate to feel that again, even though, yes, she's not like having a human. I didn't kidnap a person and make them live in my bedroom, but I did that to a cat. And I haven't been alone in here for 2 years. And aside, yes, the regular sort of stuff does take up time. The disgusting organics is just, I'm so tired of it. I can barely deal with my own body's organics. It's just horrible. Having to bring, I usually eat up here, but I bring food upstairs at 7, 8 o'clock at night, and there's a fully rested cat that needs my attention. So I try to give her the attention she deserves, but look at her. Look at her. Look at her. My roommate's even willing to let her scratch up the TV. That's how much he loves the cat. And so, yeah, it's almost over. And I'll be so thrilled to finally have this good deed finished, and it's a story I can tell instead of having to go around trying to give away a cat. I tried so many places, cashiers, every family, like anybody in my family who I talked to, my mom or my dad's side. I was like, do you, not that I have a lot of conversations, but just like I got my mom's sister calling people in LA that because my family knows some people in California here and there. Not that that's unusual or whatever, but like, so every contact possible through family to try to find a home for this cat. within hours of LA. There's somebody I know up in Oregon who I was trying to get to take the cat. I would have driven up there for it. And it all turns out that it's not, she's going to go home. She's going to go to somebody who loves her, who misses her. I'm going to cry. She's going to get the love that she deserves because I can't give her that. I don't have, she deserves to be with somebody who wants her to be with her. My mom says, you know, I can't wait to get home to see my cat. And I can't wait for the cat to fall asleep. I get annoyed when the cat wakes up because now that activates me thinking about how I'm a bad dad to the cat. It's been really difficult. So finally, we're going to reach the end of this. And yeah, it's just such a wacky story. It's like, so here's me back. By the way, I found these. I wanted to just show you that I did have a beard. You can see that it's falling off. This is about 2 years ago. It's already starting to go. I think it started to develop over on this side too. I've got my arms are hairless. So I've got a patch in the back of my head. It's some kind of alopecia. You know, no idea what's going on. I mean, you know, healthcare, healthcare. Here's another picture, a little bit longer beard. So yeah, I had a fine beard. It trimmed up nice, and now it's just this horrible mess. And I'm a perfect example of like when you're chunky, why a beard creates this jawline that you know, let's call it false. Maybe I think deceptive is a little bit strong for that, but so it's almost over. We're almost done, and we can finally get this cat where she belongs. And won't that be sweet? Wonderful. All right, great. Yeah. So I just stole my neighbor's cat for 2 years. Is what happened. That's what happened. The story. Fuck! All I had to do was ask him. Hey guys, know about this cat back here? My name's Hank. I'm your neighbor. What's this cat? Anything? And then it would have been like a week. I would have. All this time, man, all this money. We've spent. I mean, I had to borrow money, but I want to pay back everybody, and I just because I don't get cold. I only do warm. I only do super hard emotions. So that's the part people need to understand. It's like it's not like, oh yeah, you got a kind of annoying cat in the room. It's like, no, I get hyper fixated on stuff that I struggle to let go of. I know how to sort of let go of it, but that costs hours of exhaustion time later. It means I run out of energy sooner in the day and I can't get as much done. And I'm in the middle of this intense TYT thing. And I need all the energy I can for it. So, okay. All right. Well, good. That's the end of that one. Let's move on. Thanks for letting me. I clearly had a lot to say. Let's jump over to a couple promotionals. We'll get back to Da Vinci in a second here. I wanted to share some appearances. I was on NoCommentChick. That's on this video here. I enjoyed talking to Irene. I've actually been, here it is, the one with Emma. The gloves are off. Click on this one. Emma Vigeland responds to Ana Kasparian over TYT MR Dust Up. So that was 8 days ago. Yeah, she had me on. You can see. Not that. No, look at God, it's me. Oh God, look at my face. So go to @NoCommentChick, all one word, on YouTube. 12.8K subscribers. She deserves to grow. Keep going. Very smart. I really appreciate Irene's analysis. I know that she busts her ass too, and editing and posting clips takes a lot out of you. So she's working really hard. So go over there and do that. As I've been doing research over the film and over the years, looking on YouTube for people commenting on TYT and other stuff, she's been someone that I've come to rely on for really smart takes on what's going on in this world and stuff. She covers all sorts of other stuff. Does like long streams, like 6-7 hours. Has a chat community and stuff like that. So, head over there and check out my appearance on this one, but also give Irene some YouTube, some love. Click on the stuff. I also did wait a minute. The John Ross Show. TYT mods quit. Hashtag. This is one of the guys from the TYT crew, the mod team that raised a little rebellion. A mighty rebellion, let's say. They posted a letter. They stood on their principles against what the Young Turks was doing as their mod community. They were all unpaid. Probably going to be something about them in the film at some point. I don't know precisely how that's going to go, and we talk about that in this interview. 3 hours. I had a great time talking with John. In fact, let's take a quick preview look. John might find this kind of entertaining. I don't think this is the smoothest montage I've ever edited. I even made a montage for John, to show you guys how much fun John and I had talking. Obviously I didn't get everything. There's plenty more to be had here. So go to the link in the description or on the screen or find it on the channel. Subscribe to his show. Help the guy out. Show him a little love. Show the channel some love. But this is just a little taste to get you interested. I think this is longer than I wanted it to be. It's like 5 minutes or something. But let's watch it. It's even got backup music. Who calls it backup music? I don't think that's what professionals are supposed to say. Underlying music, betting music, music in the below it. So, you know, music. It's a montage. It needs music. Unfortunately, I'm starting to worry this film is going to be successful, which means I'm going to have to talk about these fucking people more than I really want to.
Yeah.
They didn't give us the benefit of the doubt. They didn't give us any grace. They didn't give us any respect. They went without fact-checking straight to the public with their nonsense conspiracy, attacking our integrity and our intelligence in order to protect Cenk's political ambitions. Come on, about the responsibility of those who were tricked. The movie is about the responsibility of the person with the most power, which is Cenk, right? So this is also part of like the kind of like befuddling nature of Cenk is like the stupid fucking idiot hires lefties, treats them like shit, they unionize, and then he's surprised.
Should we do a little like signal with this pen, like you go first, and like, you know, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, we should let's touch tips. How about we touch tips?
Yeah.
Touch it. No, point it at the camera. Come on, it's Hollywood.
Yeah, my camera.
The camera.
Side.
Oh, boy.
My camera's off to the side, so.
Turn to the right.
Yeah, there.
Point it at the camera lens.
I am pointing it at the camera lens. It is.
There you go. Now you're there. Now you're barrel down. Sorry for being so. I feel like I'm being a little. No. I feel like I was picking out or being a little bit aggressive on him right there. Yeah.
Oh, it's fine. That's
touch
fine.
tips, John.
And it's like ironic thing is that Cenk wrote a book called "Justice Is Coming." And
I know. His book should have been called like Justice is Coming. Elbow from the sky, bust the union.
Oh, God.
Hey, my opponent started this union to try to make me look bad. That's what happened.
I'm gonna say I'm probably gonna get. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. I don't care if I get in trouble. I used to have a shirt that said, "I don't find trouble, trouble finds me," literally when I was in high school. So
do
it again. Do it again. The Michael Moore impression.
Oh, do you want me to put on a condom? The people who started this union are his literal work foundation. Like when we talk about nepotism, what that means is that Haas had access to media companies' gear and the humans and the creative professionals who brought talent to that company, who brought time, talent, and labor. So like, and his head is actually above average. I want people to know. He just has massive shoulders. The slider on his shoulders is all the way up. Lance from the Serfs says I'm a Nazi. Like, what the fuck is that about? What a jagoff. Who says that? I treat him with far more respect than he treated me. By all infinite mile. You don't respect someone when they come to work for you and you call them part-time while they're working 40 hours and you're keeping their Labor Day money and you're keeping their holiday money. Because I'm challenging Cenk's credibility at his absolute core, as well as saying that if you crack open that credibility based, by refuting their version of the story, then then the answers to why we unionized become public or get widely known, and he'll have to tell his audience that he lied to them, and that the reasons his workers unionized was not what he said, and then then it's going to be, well, what was it? Oh, well, it was that they used classification to deny benefits. And what do you got to do in order to have to put up with less bullshit? Because that's ultimately what it all comes down to, is leverage. And an eraser. I don't know why I'm using this. Oh, you okay? Yeah. John wanted to do it again. I hope we don't get pregnant. Oh shit! Oh no! I'll drive. There you go. A couple bits there I'd fix. I did that kind of in a hurry. This is right before I start recording here. So check out the John Ross Show. What a good man. Good times. All right, so let's jump into, oh God, I don't know if I want to do the Dave Rubin thing right now. Let's jump into, okay, so this whole project has mostly been done in secret. When I first started working on it, I was not necessarily intending a full feature at all. I did some podcasting in March of this is all in the TYT related videos, a playlist on YouTube. If you want to go find it, go to the bottom. I podcasted, I think, on March 3rd when Cenk was, this is when the union busting was still going on. Then I waited a year and a half for the union to ratify before saying anything. I just didn't want to seem like I might be trying to meddle in with the negotiations. So there's another podcast that I did. That's kind of the foundation for the story for the film, because I gathered a bunch of evidence. I was really bothered. By that point, too, they could have retracted and corrected their lie, their intentional smear of the workers that they put out, that the union, that outsiders originated TYT union, which is completely ridiculous. There's a small hook of potential circumstantial evidence supporting why they might have thought something was amiss, but they didn't do any fact checking following that. The fact that IATSE had endorsed Cenk's congressional opponent has literally zero to do with workers of his company reaching out to IATSE 20 months before that to ask for help because of workplace grievances that they wanted sorting out. It has literally nothing to do with me intentionally waking up the union 6 months before Cenk became a politician. And, I woke it up intentionally because I'd heard about the previous year's effort that got frozen, and I wanted to try to get health care. I wanted to get benefits. I felt like full-time video editing work should include days off that are paid, bonus participation, and health insurance. Cenk was not of that belief. Cenk did not believe that. I asked him for help twice. The first time, I met with Human Resources. I explained why being classified as an independent contractor was causing me stress, why it was risky for the company. Instead of saying, hey, you gotta say, oops, my berries. Wasn't there a Captain Crunch? Like, oops, my blueberry. Okay, sorry. Oops, we fucked up. Oops, here's the money. You should have been paid for the full-time labor that you've been doing since October. Late October, to be fair. Instead of that, their answer was, we're going to call you part-time temporary. You're no longer a 1099. Now you're going to be a W-2 employee, so your payroll is going to change, but you're still not going to get benefits. You're going to be part-time temporary. That's the classification, and my hours were still in the 40s, 40-hour weeks. So I was working 40-hour weeks called part-time at the home of progressives, and this is when, like, the union busting, that meeting I just told you about is when I started to I said union busting, I didn't mean to say bust, but like when we started to organize the union was around there. So I woke it up in response. Actually, I'd planned on waking it up before, but because, especially with them switching me from independent contractor to part-time temporary to maintain zero benefits, that's really where, like, we were feeling pretty determined. The people I worked with didn't like that the way I was being treated. To them, it was also stressing them out. Plus, I'm a loud, whiny bitch, and they were tired of hearing me whine about it, which I don't blame them. So, those are the reasons we unionized. Again, and then we reached out to IATSE before Cenk became a politician, and IATSE responded positively twice to our request for help, because the person who we truly needed help from, Cenk Uygur, we knew was a dead end for help. We knew they had no hope of getting any assistance from him in our struggle. He's the one we were struggling against. This whole thing actually captures a lot of really clear, like, Marxist delineations, and I think there's a pretty intriguing analysis to be had from it from that perspective. The class struggle, Cenk's privileged, fancy lad positioning. You know, he went to the same business school as the Wharton School of Vampires. Sorry, the same business school as Elon Musk and Donald Trump. So, like, there's class antagonisms here that are very much at play in terms of how they work their workers and how we responded to it. And then you add into it this politician thing, and then him lying that the outsiders originated the union, specifically Nancy Pelosi and her minions, Christy Smith and IATSE operatives, somehow tricked his workers into unionizing. That's an insane story. Like, that's just wild. Like, just pick any other show you like. I like to use Cedar here. In fact, this tweet, we're going to go through a bunch of tweets here. I'm not sure this is all going to make a ton of sense as we dive into it. So forgive me for, please be a little bit patient if I jump around a bit here. But nevertheless, this is a comment I left on a video the Majority Report put out. I wrote, I worked for TYT off and on between 2013 and 2020 and helped start the union. Cenk's union busting included smearing unionizing workers publicly by claiming the union originated as a ploy by his political foes to harm his congressional campaign, which is complete BS. Highlighted, it helped Cenk avoid having to answer, why did your workers unionize? Because the answers to that question would reveal the kind of person he really is. Emphasis mine. In my case, I was working 40-hour weeks as a video editor while classified by Cenk as part-time in order to not receive benefits. He doesn't live the principles he sells his audience. Of course, I kept this other person's comment. Cenk screaming he is the left was hilarious, referring to Cenk telling his son Hasan, who was far more successful, much more money, much bigger audience, much more engaged audience, much more durable and loyal audience, people who respect him, people who want to hear his opinions, who look forward to the contributions that he can make to the progressive movement, much more than, any kind of thing that Cenk has ever earned from any audience. I think he's got some loyal audience too, for sure. But Haas outpaced that like years ago and just never looked back. We're talking like Superman versus a weaker No. And so I tweeted this, though. I just said 2.4K likes on a Majority FM video in under 24 hours. It's fair to say Majority Report's audience now knows more about the Young Turks union situation than TYT's audience. How long will Cenk keep his audience in the dark? Do they not deserve the honesty they believe they pay for? Man, I said audience 3 times. That's embarrassing. But the point remains. This one comment I wrote on Majority Report video, on a video about the Young Turks, 2.4 thousand likes, 94 replies, means that the Majority Report's audience knows more about what happened than TYT's audience. TYT's audience was lied to. And they deserve to be told the real reasons workers unionized, and they deserve to be told that by Cenk that he didn't tell them the truth when he could have. He had an obligation to tell the truth, and if he did, it would have caused problems for him, so he didn't. It was easier to say, because the union busting lie accomplishes 2 things. One, it justifies the union busting. Saying that outsiders manipulated my workers into unionizing means that he's not fighting us. He's fighting the establishment. That's Nancy Pelosi's union. I have to say no to this. What am I supposed to do? Just roll over and let my workers unionize? Like, say yes to, even if it was a Nancy Pelosi joint. And like my slang that I use there, pretty cool slang. Even if she did set this trap for you, the version that Cenk Uygur wants people to believe is that he fell for the most obvious trap in the world. Just say yes to the union if it's a trap. Aha! I like we've seen Batman outsmart lasers about to zip his nuts open from some Joker scheme, referring to the original TV episode 1. Maybe a shark in a small aquarium is threatening. Batman gets out of it. This would be the easiest trap in the world to escape. Oh no, a union. How do I avoid this hurting me? Just say yes to the union. But that's not what happened at all anyway. He wanted a union bust. So the lie accomplished 2 things. It justified the union busting, and it prevented people from asking, why did your workers unionize? That's the question he didn't want to answer. When we get to the Humanist Report stuff later in this episode, we'll talk about that a little bit too. And also just to comment on, TYT did this bonus show. Here we are on a Friday. They recorded it. I think, it was yesterday. Reacting to all the various drama parts. I'm not sure I'm accepting that framing of calling it drama. It is dramatic. There is a mighty whirlwind swirling around, but just encapsulating it all around the concept of drama, to me, actually, it feels like undersells that there are some pretty substantive things being talked about and being worked out through here. And it speaks to the prominence that the Young Turks has still. I actually sort of was anticipating in the last year or 2, I'd been like, oh man, if they just like fizzle out slowly and die, like as a company, like not that I'm hoping for that, but in fact, I was hoping for not that. I know a lot of really good people who work there, and I honestly breaks my heart that they're dealing with stress and unknown and I'm sure who knows what else is going on internally. The people the public tends to focus on and think about most are the ones they have parasocial relationships with, the ones that they've seen on camera. Those certainly chew up a lot of the stuff. I was on camera some at TYT, but I was never like a Rebel HQ contributor or something. I would do Friday post games, the Thanksgiving 2009 special. I did. I remember doing an episode of TYT 140, at least one. Might even have been the last. That was way back. So I've been on camera for various ways. I did one episode of Old School. I really enjoyed doing the Friday post games with Dave Kohler usually, but also like Malcolm Fleshner, Steve-O at times too. So some people might recognize me. Or when I was on air on the Jimmy Dore show in 2016, people might have heard my voice talking at the time. I was closely involved with that whole thing. So, but I'm not a guy people know. I'm not a person who's people recognize. It's starting to happen. I mean, I'm not saying like this is my goal, but like in order for this project to reach the heights that I hope it reaches, and like I said in the John Ross interview, it is a nightmare that it does seem like people are interested enough in the story, which is incredibly validating to me, to my decision to make a stink about this, but also, it just prolongs the it prolongs the pain of having to talk about these people, but that's okay. I'm interested to see where it all goes. It's been really weird, seeing people finally paying attention. And I was making some point there. Damn it. God damn it. Truly, I was on the fuck. No idea. Yeah, I know it's about this story. So they did this big show. They did this huge, like, very confrontational, defensive to their and in their defense, they have every right to put out the statements that they want and to make the claims that they're making. I'm not saying I'm verifying or unverifying anything that they said in their big bonus show. I'm not, but I'm not knocking them for standing up for themselves and pushing back against people that are, pointing out things about the way they operate or, all this and that. There's a lot of ways that this, it's like a very complex chemical reaction all happening, and it's sort of slow. And I don't like being close to it, honestly. I really don't. I find this all very uncomfortable and joyless and tiring. And as I was watching them, they were going on about Mondale Robinson, who is a TYT contributor who quit on air on the Ben Dixon show the other day. Or no, was it the clickbaity political thirst trap with Ben Dixon? I don't know the other guy's name. I'm sorry. That was a dramatic moment. That was a very interesting moment. I thought the way Cenk characterized why Mondale quit, at least he finally had the respect to use his name, because he had made references to him before without even talking about who he was. He called him three guys on a panel, which is just super dismissive. I think Mondale probably is getting a taste. I don't know how much he understands about the union organizing so far, or if he's seen the film or something, but I imagine everybody, it seems, gets a taste of the sort of disrespect machine. And so Mondale seems like a really great dude. What an intense thing he's doing as a mayor. He is receiving really scary threats that are dangerous and stuff. And I just the way that TYT talked about him was, I thought, really gross. I think he deserves more fairness in characterizing his reasons for leaving. They went after Ben Dixon, Bonnie, formerly known as Benny, who was a trans contributor to TYT. They brought up Dan Evans, former employee at TYT. They brought up a bunch of people. The Vanguard, of course, they really got their sights set on them. They brought up, and so this was like a huge thing. I was waiting for them to bring up my story. I know when Cenk has been asked about the union busting, he's lied, and that also happened online on Twitter, but they didn't. I noticed there was a very interesting absence that they didn't seem to want to talk about the union stuff. I was expecting them to. As I was watching it, though, I just got really depressed. I was watching it. I got really sad. I just felt really overwhelmed, and by the whole thing. I'm my contribution to the overall eruption of activity, all this commotion surrounding TYT lately. I'm sure that my story and my contribution has informed a lot of. It's kind of like there's a wavelength of light or a torch style. What does that mean? But like I feel like I was able to illuminate a lot of this. Well, because everybody's sort of filling out their context, and having someone with my background with the company, the degree of research that I put into the film, seeing people sharing the film and posting stuff, and people react, like putting out things on Twitter that are stuff that I had posted, like the NLRB notice, which is of course close. No, I don't think it's close. Otherwise I'd show it to the camera. That's like my signature move. So I'm grateful that this whole thing is happening in terms of putting out a project that is long time coming and a long time brewing. And, you know, whether I did this or not, if I didn't do it, this commotion would still be going on. But I certainly, my thing is adding to the mix. And as people want to find it and interrogate my credibility, look deep, because it's about credibility, it's about integrity, it's about journalistic ethics, you know, all that stuff. Calling out TYT, especially for their lack of all of those things in regards to this story. And during my time working at TYT too, I wasn't looking for this. It wasn't like my job. It wasn't on my mind. But I never saw anything that made me think like they were fibbing or adding details that didn't belong. Have they made mistakes in their reporting over the years? Of course. Is it possible they put out information that wasn't true? Absolutely, of course. So especially with the amount of years of time and quantity that TYT puts out. But there's a difference between the intentional mistake or intentionally misinforming somebody, or maybe not doing your due diligence to check a fact, or maybe learning post hand that you did do something and it should have been fact checked and you didn't, and then putting out a retraction. They'll do stuff like that occasionally. But in this story, they don't seem interested in retracting and apologizing, despite the case that I'm making that they should. You know, they don't seem very interested. I think because it opens up a lot of questions, specifically this one right here. Why did your workers unionize? That Cenk doesn't want to answer. So, all right, I'm getting really rambly here. Let's just keep pushing. So then I tweeted out December 10th. I'm sorry, this previous one was December 3rd. I just posted that up. So 8 likes, 23 faves. No, 8 retweets, 23 likes. Yes, it's going to be a little pathetic when I talk about these numbers, but it's not this one precisely, but this last week, I probably got like 10 times as much notifications in an hour or total than I have my entire time on Twitter. I'm terrible at Twitter. I'm objectively not good at it. And I can say that with confidence because I tested it. I've been trying. I've been a Twitter tryhard for a very long time. Mike Judge follows me on Twitter. I was on a thing called Witstream for a little while back, but I never clicked into Twitter the way some people do with their humor. It just doesn't work. And I try, and it's pathetic, and it's really sad. And I wish I had, because I could have used the dopamine over the years. So last week, though, everything just went completely off the charts. Related to, actually, Emma Vigeland. This tweet here of me here, I say, Cenk caught violating Section 7 of the NLRA and forced by the NLRB to post this for 60 days. Let's zoom in here. There we go. And they're required to mail a copy to former employees, which is the only reason you're seeing this. This got retweeted 200 times at 1.8 thousand likes. This was quote tweeting a clip, or sorry, something Emma had said. Her answer, this is her answering Ana Kasparian. So Emma wrote, unclear what this means. I'm a member of a union. If that's a shot at my upbringing, I'll let my work speak for itself. The TYT NLRB complaint is public. I've tried to keep our differences professional. I loved you as a friend at one point. I'm sorry you've gone down this road. Ana answered her, no, you didn't try to keep shit professional, Emma. You've been mocking me specially and running your mouth for a year. Your regression into cheering on crime, in addition to your identitarian streak, is grotesque. Running your mouth, Emma. Keep your mouth shut, Emma. What originated this response, this is a terrible way to tell a Twitter story, Jesus, is Ana quote tweeting Emma. Ana writes, well, at first you should read Emma's. Emma says, to be fair, some of it probably also went to hiring a union-busting law firm. And she's quote tweeting, sorry, I'm just laughing at how bad this is, this podcast, her coworker, Matt Leck, who I think is a really solid guy. I've been listening to Majority Report forever. Matt seems like a really good dude, really smart. Used to do a show about books Hello, moron. Books are last century, okay? Nobody reads anymore. So here he writes, hell yeah, let's get into it. How much of TYT's membership dues have gone toward returning this guy's investment instead of to the TYT employees who have better politics than the main hosts? So he's reacting to TYT putting out or this commentary that they made where Cenk makes this argument. We're going to get into this a little bit later. That in response to having their sponsorship of a company called Polymarket, which is owned by Peter Thiel or partially owned or something like that, it's illegal gambling that is not allowed in the United States, but it's like betting on political outcomes or on war outcomes. It's kind of squirrely stuff. TYT is sponsored. They named the studio the Polymarket Studios, and but this blew up because Cenk made this absolutely, I don't even know if incredulous makes sense, but completely foolish and silly and gross and aggressive argument that because he was addressing the criticisms that he's, sponsored by Peter Thiel's Polymarket as a business, that because Emma, when she worked there, put her videos would go on Facebook because that's where TYT made her put her videos. It's not like Emma was doing that. And even if she had decided, it's not. So her as a user for her job posted on Facebook, and he compared that to him taking Polymarket money in terms of being judged for his principles, as if those are at all equivalent. We're going to get back into this. And even demanding that she pay him. Like, I don't think he necessarily believed that that's would be the result, but man, what? So this is what kind of kicked open the door, or the curtain, so to speak. As I was kind of saying earlier, that people with the forward faces, like the Emma Vigelands, the Ana Kasparians, the TYT contributors that were, the public got to see a lot more than myself, for instance, they're the ones who have more power in this world to sort of advance my story. Not that this is what Emma was doing. I don't think she was intentionally trying to advance my story. But because Emma said, to be fair, some of it probably also went to hiring a union-busting law firm in this quote tweet of Matt Leck. And because Matt did this kind of thing where he's, defending his friend and his coworker against the Young Turks and pointing out various things related to financial contributions. Even in paying Brianna Wu a bunch of money for working with Rebellion PAC. They also do a thing called Cavalry PAC too, which is one of those smaller ones people don't mention. Cenk loves to co-opt language of rebellion for his capitalist enterprise, his union busting capitalist enterprise. Okay, so because Emma did this, because Emma actually, so I've been basically like prepping for this moment, sort of. There's still so many more moments like this that need to happen for this thing to be successful, but I've been trying to pull this curtain open. I'm kind of strong. I'm pretty persistent, meaning like on this project, as I said earlier, I'm not persistent posting. I'm terrible at that part, but I'm not strong enough. I don't have the juice to make it happen, to actually open it up so that enough people peek around into the other side of it. I've been doing the foundation for when this happens. I've been putting stuff out. I've been crossing my T's and dotting my I's, and probably imperfectly doing it too. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I've never done this crap before. Like, I'm supposed to know how to navigate these entirely befuddling and exhausting thing. And it's certainly especially shown now that it's starting to pick up some steam, how much more I'm not going to deal with this really well. This is all going to really hurt me a lot more than I thought. I was expecting it to hurt me a ton, just in terms of like the anguish. I'm just so sick of it. But Emma had that power. Emma had that strength. Emma has that profile. And again, I don't think this was her intention, but as far as like my project goes, she, with that tweet, just was able to pull it open, and enough light was able to get in that we could see the other side a little here. And that's what this brought a whole bunch of attention. Anna reacted to her saying, yet another sign of her pathetic dishonesty. Emma was employed by TYT when the company announced recognition of the union. These cheap shots to make herself look like a class warrior crack me up, especially when she advocates that we all shut up and take when someone assaults us on public transportation. not wanting to get punched in the face is a bougie concern, after all. Bougie's in quotes. So I'm not going to like parse out all these details here in the second half of this, but of course I was dialed in on what does Ana think Emma's being dishonest about? Is she trying to say she's being dishonest about the union busting? And what does her being employed by TYT remotely? She was never an office worker. I met her once at TYT headquarters. She came in, she'd visit LA. She lives in New York. So they'd visit and come to the studio, and I went up and said hi because I was about to edit one of her point videos or something. Like they were called the point, but it was like she did like these kind of the breakdown videos with a white background, and her thing was centered. She kept herself centered, so the punching in was mainly keeping her centered, and maybe some moving her head left and right to different thirds of the screen of the frame. Nevertheless, I don't know Emma well at all. I just went up and said hi. It was friendly. I told her I was about to edit her video and just confirmed a couple things about the way she wanted it done. And I said bye, and that was it. And I went back to my goblin seat. But what is her being employed at the time when the recognition was announced? Because they announced recognition on April 9th, 2020. We're going to get into this. So, and also, let me just make this comment here because I don't really have more to say after this. But these cheap shots to make herself look like a class warrior crack me up. So the cheap shot is the union mentioning, right? This is the cheap shot that she went to hiring a union busting law firm. So it's a cheap shot to point out something that's provably true, although Ana seems to think it's dishonest. And then like this comment that she's trying to pretend to be a class warrior, like it's supposed to be a bad thing to go to battle along class lines. I mean, this whole like diminishing the concept of a class warrior as if Emma's interest in supporting unions, and she's in a union, which is why she pointed that out, as if Emma's interest in that is somehow falsified or not true. Because what? Like, I don't get that. She comes from a family that has some resources. So what? That's not, I mean, like, you don't, why does everybody who fights for class reasons have to, like, that's another one of those, not that I think Ana is doing that necessarily here. It's sort of implied, but, it's not necessarily clear. But Emma gets judged for that. So it's weird. It's just all very strange. So I reacted with this tweet. And this is the one that went nuts. This one got 11,000 likes, 1,000 retweets. I screen capped Ana's comment, and I wrote, I helped start the union at TYT to try to get health insurance and paid days off. My coworkers shared my opinion that full-time video editing work should come with benefits. Cenk didn't agree. I'd love to know what Ana thinks Emma is being dishonest about. I mean, Ana does, I think, as a journalist, have an obligation to explain what does she mean? What does she think Emma is being dishonest about? The union busting? You have to prove that it wasn't union busting. We have all kinds of evidence that it is union busting, that it was union busting. As I jumped to the end here, the workers themselves. This is the TYT union. This isn't me. This is workers of the TYT unions. This Action Network petition, the text from their petition. Tell the Young Turks to recognize their crew's union. Target Cenk Uygur, founder of the Young Turks. A majority of us on the Young Turks production and post-production employees have voted to form a union by signing union authorization cards. On February 12th, we officially requested that the company recognize our decision to go union. It's a critical moment here. Cenk had a decision to make. And I bet you he must wish he had just said, well, okay, fine. If TYT had stopped and said, hey guys, look, we know you want us to recognize the union, but we're in the middle of a really weird situation. This union endorsed our opponent, Christy Smith, as this overlaps with our business and our politics. We have to be very careful here. We're going to take a week or two, and we're going to verify if this union is legit or if it's some kind of prank. It falls apart very fast if you think it is a prank, but I'll grant them the space to have been paranoid given the fog of war of a weird, strange situation that they were running for Congress. So it was very intense and very odd, which is also one of the reasons I kind of wanted to make this film, because I think this is just, as a political junkie, something that should have been documented. But if they had said, we can't say yes right now, this is a weird situation, give us a week or two, we're going to check on the sources, and see what's going on, and then we'll make a decision. And then they would have checked with me. I wasn't working for the company by that point. I was laid off in January. They would have checked with the others. They would have said, when did you guys start this? Was this after Cenk filed to run for Congress? And the answer would have been no. In fact, we started like 6 months before / 18 months before, because there was a previous effort, the year prior in 2018 that got frozen. And they had the emails to prove it. They would have been able to show them those emails. Those emails were shown to the journalists in those articles. I don't think they're all the journalists, but like especially the Politico piece by Alex Thompson. They write about those pieces. I think one of the other ones does as well. So it's verifiable easily. Instead, they didn't fact check, and they put out statements indicating a completely false narrative that slandered their workers' integrity and intelligence and motivations, and they still haven't retracted it. Continuing, rather than living up to the network's progressive values and honoring our choice, highlighted here, Cenk Uygur and the Young Turks, Inc. are fighting against us with age-old union-busting tactics, including 1. Attempting to force a do-over election on the company's terms. 2. Holding a tense captive audience meeting and pressuring us not to support a union. Captive audience meetings are illegal now. I think the fine is $500, which is just nonsense. It should be so ridiculous. But they're illegal. 3. Firing a union supporter for creating a hostile work environment. Creating a hostile work environment is in quotes. We love this company and its mission of providing a platform for progressive voices. It's why we work here. But we think TYT should live by its principles. Join us in demanding an end to this. Join us in demanding an end to the senseless union-busting campaign. As part of that, at the bottom, this is if you scroll that page down, there's a shorter one for some reason. To Cenk Uygur, founder of the Young Turks, from your name. Oh, I guess this is what gets sent if you sign in. Dear Mr. Uygur and executives of the Young Turks, production and post-production workers at TYT voted to form a union by card authorization vote. We stand with the TYT crew. Highlighted here, union busting has no place in the home of progressives. We call on you to undo your retaliatory actions, grant card check, and recognize the TYT crew's union. Those are the workers' voices. That's not me talking. And somehow, Ana seems to think that there's some dishonesty going on with Emma pointing out something that's provably true. Very weird to me. If you saw the last episode, in fact, there's a clip of it right now. It's Ana on the cover with like a shadow in front of a bunch of words, green words. Look for it. It's in the channel, in the TYT related videos. It's about respect. So we actually watched quite a bit more of this interview here with Nomiki Konst. And so I just included this in this part here. We're going to listen to it right now.
And it turned into a union busting story.
So that's where Ana air quotes union busting. This is July of 2020. So clearly she doesn't seem to think whatever she understood to have happened at the time to be union busting. I'd be curious if these days she gets a chance to read these 4 articles. Here's another tweet. Don't take it from me. The union busting is detailed in these 4 articles. Cenk is interviewed in 3 of them and hasn't refuted a single detail. I'm interviewed in this one here, The Myth of the Progressive Boss by Kim Kelly. The Young Turks, the Huffington Post writes, the Young Turks progressive founder urged his staff not to unionize. That's by Dave Jamieson. In these times by Hamilton Nolan writes, the Young Turks union fight gets nastier with charges of retaliatory firing, withholding raises. New Republic by Kim Kelly, The Myth of the Progressive Boss. Cenk Uygur talked a good game about the Young Turks being the premier progressive media outlet. Then his staff tried to unionize. Politico, inside the union campaign, that royal left-wing network, the Young Turks, by Alex Thompson, 4/10/2020, the day after the second election. Very well researched. This one has links to Cenk's emails that he sent to workers, which is really interesting to read. I also, included this tweet. Ana helped Cenk spread the false narrative about how the union started, that the union originated as a ploy by Cenk's political foes to harm his congressional campaign. This was provably false. Ana did no fact-checking before spreading this smear. So I'm kind of learning this whole process. I have to always remember that I know the story better than anybody else probably, but I have to remember that others aren't me. No, I mean, but like I have to sort of be able to, springs on my thing. I have to be able to quickly summarize the story, even though it's kind of complex and there's various details that someone at any given time might be focusing on. Because I think there's like My Working Conditions are their own dramatic kind of story, in my opinion. The Lie itself is sort of this befuddling, weird thing that needs to be talked about as a political action, as an anti-worker thing. Like, I'm sure there's had to have been other politicians in the history of this country who were business owners that were busting unions while being politicians. I don't know of any in the contemporary time period. Not that I looked into it. Maybe, I'm not saying I have the knowledge, but I'm just curious if like a historian of this stuff might someday weigh in with other examples of a guy running for Congress while union busting. In this case, it just happens to be the progressive champion Cenk Uygur, who'd spent his entire career pretending to care about workers and worker rights, who built a whole reputation and a whole brand around that concept, yet didn't live those principles and was doing everything he can to avoid having to explain these principles to people, or sorry, to explain his real principles to his audience. Such a weird, so strange. Media company owners running a union or running for Congress or being politicians creates an extra layer of ethical complexity that's explored in the film quite a bit, actually. Steve Forbes got caught up in some mini scandal. Scandal might not be the right word, but like regarding him writing some columns, because he owned Forbes magazine, and I think he probably owned other stuff too. So like a billionaire politician guy. Michael Bloomberg, of course. Cenk Uygur, Michael and Cenk, both media titans of their respective fields, for sure. And then I wrote, I just included some more of the information here that showed Ana's role in the thing. That I established that the Young Turks workers provided the emails. If TYT's version of the story is true, they have to prove that these emails were fabricated, and that the workers that talked to the journalists, everybody except me, did so under conditions of anonymity for fear of retaliation. They have to prove that they were all lying, if TYT's version of this is true, because they're clearly not telling the truth if Ana and Cenk are the original or are the final arbiters of what actually happened. And that's kind of what this project is about, is I refuse to let that be the case. They don't get to be the ones that tell the story. I feel bad enough anointing myself as someone with this responsibility. It's an immense responsibility to people with whom I worked with, who don't have the freedom that I have to do this. So many days I just wish this never happened. Just wish that fucking idiot said yes to the union. Good God. Can I please teach a class at Wharton? Please say yes to the union if you've built a brand like the one Cenk Uygur built. Man. Or like Wharton needs a class that basically goes, if you hire lefties, don't give them a reason to unionize. And if you hire aspiring filmmakers, don't give them a reason to make you the subject of their films. People who are intensely interested in using their skills to, tell stories and to make things and to entertain and to educate. Maybe Wharton needs like a statue of Cenk, like a plaque, something. So here's more stuff from what Ana did, and as far as her contribution to putting out the union story. I wrote this here. What does Emma being employed in TYT Recognize have to do with anything? As you already heard me say that. All right. So anyway, this thing blew up. It went really crazy, as you've seen, and I'm used to getting I've got 500 new followers. It took me 15 years to get to 1,800, and I think it was below 1,800. And now we're at 23 or 400 or something, which I'm thrilled that there's this much interest in the story. I'm not used to people liking a tweet. I almost have an expectation. It's amazing how fast you kind of get used to it, because it's been a week, and now I'm like, better get 2 or 3. Better get some of these new people liking my tweets so I get some dopamine in my brain. But I'm objectively horrible at Twitter, obviously. So then, where do we go? Oh, I posted up this one, 276 retweets, 2,300 2.3K likes. I included the information about TYT being run by a health insurance executive in this video. I wrote, Cenk screaming about empathy for the 76,000 dead from no health insurance hits different when you worked at his company and had to start a union to try to get health insurance. This summary is about the best I think I'm going to be able to do in terms of like summarizing what happened. I had to start a union to try to get health insurance. Like that's a quick, easy, that's what happened. Interesting story in that sentence. And when you learn TYT is run by a former health insurance executive, according to LinkedIn.
So we're all mad at now. I'm worked up. Now we're mad at
Now this is from around the 10th or so, and Cenk is getting upset about people having to live under corporate rule and the deaths of the 76,000 people. He's relating it to that CEO and empathy for him and his family versus that whole conversation that's happening right now and the role that these health insurance CEOs and executives play in our world. Cenk could interview Jack. He should have Jack on the air. Talk about getting an inside look. You know, someone wants to talk to me about aquariums. I could be like, yeah, I could tell you a lot about aquariums. The difference between glass and the plastic glass, whatever they call that, acrylic. There's also Starfire glass, which is like this, or Star something glass. I never really got into it that level. But there's like different qualities of glass depending on the kind of glass construction you're doing. But you know, the guy works there. He's got expertise. It'd be a fascinating window into that world. I mean, why wouldn't you? Or do some journalism there, buddy. So here's Cenk screaming about empathy for the people who don't have health insurance and the people who suffer without it. With on screen the contract I had to sign that says you don't get health insurance.
Taylor Lorenz. We're mad at Haas. We're mad at all these other people for not having appropriate empathy or whatever the hell for United Healthcare CEO. I have the empathy, but where's your goddamn empathy for the 76,000 dead? Where is it, huh? I don't see any of it.
Did you have any for the people who came to work for your company? Myself there, buddy? No health care? Look, it says it right here. No, like, this is what's so strange about this story. It's like the TYT is explicitly a political organization that has a political mission. It's foundationally formed around a political ideology of some kind. Obviously, there's that seems to be quite clearly up for fungibility or different interpretive marketing strategies. But it's just amazing to see him scream and yell about as if he cares. Dude, we started a union because you had people, somebody working for no health insurance full time. No, you can't argue that you care. I wasn't looking for gold-plated business cards. Why would I say that? But I wasn't looking for special. I just wanted the same shit treatment everybody else got.
Is anybody on TV crying? All the multi-millionaire anchors? Oh my God, so your parents might die because they have cancer or this and they got denied coverage. They don't give a damn about the average person.
I was having such a difficult time that year when I got called back to TYT, and I was so grateful for the opportunity to get a regular income. I was dealing with mental illness problems and anxiety issues, and turns out it was all connected to an undiagnosed autistic profile, a very common kind of torture that late identified autistics deal with. I'm pretty confident I'm also ADHD as well, but autism and ADHD is comorbid at 50 to 70%, and plus I have all the fucking, but I needed therapy. I needed help. I wanted to see a doctor, and I was stressed out of my mind, as I normally am. I have meltdowns because I have a nice cat, so not that that's always been the way. It's been bad in this last several years. My beard fell out. I was so stressed having to put up with this job, having to go to work, knowing that I was disrespected that much, that I didn't have any health care, that I wasn't getting paid for days off. It's brutal. And I come from TYT's fan base back in 2007 or 8. I was a paying member in 2009 or something, up until I started working there in 2013. And he treats... You saw the video of him talking about exploiting Haas. I edited that. I found that on the Chuckle Sandwich podcast. We'll probably come across it in one of these tweets. And so just think of how he treats non-nephews. And then he has the temerity to stand on air and scream and yell about the lack of empathy that people have for the dead, for the people who die, for the risks that they are put at. And we stood up to him because we wanted to protect ourselves and protect our dignity and protect me. I felt that solidarity, and I was giving my friends their solidarity that for their cases and their situations.
Those crooked politicians that they cover for all the time, greedily taking the goddamn checks and going, yeah, go ahead, kill them. Who cares? Who cares? We know what the better system is, but I want the corruption.
Who cares? Who cares? Go ahead, kill him. Who cares? I asked you for help, Cenk, and you said you're going to call me part-time temporary, and I worked 40-hour weeks while you called me part-time so you could keep my day off money. Who cares? Who cares? I didn't feel cared for one bit. I'm not talking about special, like I keep saying. Shouldn't even have to explain it. The guy doesn't believe what he says. He doesn't. I'm sorry. You don't. If he did, you don't treat people the way I was treated, and we unionized to stop it. And I feel so sorry for anybody else who's there who's not in the union. But people think the union covers all TYT. It's like 15 people. I'm not sure exactly the composition today, but it was 15 people.
I want the money, Lebowski. So I'm sick of them, and I hate that they have no.
The 20 days off in those 12-month period. So I finally got the third time I was hired for the exact same job did include almost full benefits. Almost full. Like for some reason, the PTO accrual rate was slightly lower. This is all on my Substack. You can read the email I wrote to them asking if I could get back pay. I put all the receipts up there. 12 months. If I had been classified as an employee, I would have been paid for 9 holidays and 11 personal days. 20 days, totaling $3,460 of money that is still in TYT's bank account. It's in the wrong account, as far as I'm concerned. I got bonused for 79 days, starting from that third classification hire, right? So they conveniently prorated the bonus to that hiring date, not to my working time. If I had been bonus for the entire year, I would have gotten an extra $2,300 something. I don't even know how you go about assessing how much healthcare costs should have been paid, because that's like a different sort of expenditure column. But let's listen to this phrase.
I'd kill him. Who cares? Who cares? We know what the better system is, but I want the corruption. I want the money, Lebowski.
20 days times $173.04. Do the math yourself. $3,460 and some pennies. I don't know what else. There's the decimal. Okay. So
I'm sick of them, and I hate that they have no empathy for the average person.
I love how he always refers to the average person. Give me a fucking break, dude. This is going to be a 9-hour podcast, motherfucker. Oh, okay. So this one, 168 retweets, 2.6 thousand likes, 719 bookmarks. This one made the rounds. People are sharing this on their streams. I'm really glad that this finally did. I saw this researching the podcast, the documentary, looking for stuff, looking for Hasan shows. I didn't watch every single appearance he's ever been on. I don't remember why I ended up on this one. But this stunned me when I saw it. I wasn't surprised, but I was shocked, as I write in this right here, that in Hasan's first year, he had some mistreatment from his uncle, his blood relative. Here, let's watch it. You've seen this before if you've already on the show, but this is the thing.
I interned there, and I wanted to move to Los Angeles anyway. Mm-hmm. And my uncle was like, oh, this is an opportunity for me to hire someone and skirt some serious like labor regulations because his family. I worked at the Young Turks, and I made I think my first year salary was like $21,000. Like it was
There's been a little confusion I've seen in some of the talk about this, that the person I saw talking thought that meant his every year salary. That was just his first year salary. I don't think his subsequent years were that low. Could be. Maybe he'll come forward and talk about it someday.
I got money back from the government, so I started doing ad sales at the Young Turks, and they needed someone to do direct ad sales, and they had no idea. They had nothing. They had no program dedicated to selling ads and inventory. So I basically built that out.
Right.
Advertisement, sales, and operations in its entirety.
Oh, wow.
Because I got on Facebook, and they were like, you're just going to
edit. I put those flashes with the sound to make it clear that it was edited. But he talks about how he started to make his own videos and started to do stuff. So when he says he got demoted, it means he lost his ad sales thing because he was beginning to show that he had, should be doing the videos more, and they were going up on Facebook and stuff. Just to be clear there. But then this gets really interesting.
And do all of our Facebook stuff.
Wow.
You're demoted. No longer are you doing sales. you're going to do Facebook.
Well, that's because your uncle is letting everybody steal your sales deals. Too.
That's true.
His uncle would like let him massage a sales deal to the last thing, then someone would swoop in and close it and take the commission.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
And his uncle would be
stuff.
like, "Them's the break." So it's interesting because his uncle basically at this point like tries to whiplash this, like basically be like, "I did all this to motivate you."
Are you on good terms with your uncle?
Yeah.
I still love him, but I mean,
But it's insanity.
I interned there.
Will Neff is they're close buddies, and he does a show and stuff. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Haas getting a hold of this project. The workers in this union are the literal labor foundation for his success. The people, myself included, not just me plus a lot of other people. I'm not trying to take credit. I'm just saying though that like as a socialist, he should show some solidarity to the workers whose labor, time, talent, and labor under disrespectful working conditions that force them to unionize, that we deserve. He should show. It's a good opportunity for him to model socialist principles by showing some solidarity to this project. If he wants to, I know him. Like I say, I don't think he and I could have a very fine conversation. Even if I didn't know him, that's also possible. But it would be totally cool, and I think he would. Not, and my thing is not calling out for not doing it. It's hard to break through the clutter with this guy, but it would be a huge boost to the project, obviously. But these are the workers who built his success. When he walks around his big mansion, he's stepping on labor and time and talent that was transmogrified into wealth through their labor and through his hard work too. So really interesting. This tweet did incredibly well as far as that goes. And I was sort of holding on to that because it was going to be in the film. It was going to include that some part in the full version of it. And it would be like, oh my God, did you see that part? But and I posted this already before, but I decided to, we'll just like put it out there because it's just one of those, it just seemed like the right time to show the world that even Haas, even Cenk's own family were treated in a way. And what labor regulations, dude? What are you talking about? I'm going to guess that you might have been classified as a 1099, something along those lines. I don't know how many other moves there are. Mike from PA does a stream. He followed me on Twitter. A lot of people who have shows followed me. It's kind of gross to be like, oh, people, but that's what I need for this project to succeed. I need to have people who have media and have their own platforms take some interest in it. So these are good signs, and it's not always going to be people I totally agree with either. I'm not looking for that. He writes, it's actually insane how much TYT fumbled the ball by cutting Hasan. They could have rode that rocket ship to relevance by bringing in all sorts of new and younger viewers by actually taking advantage of his popularity. Instead, they backbite and are publicly envious. Cringy. Yeah, that's well said. I had this idea to pitch to TYT, which would have probably evolved into this, meaning my idea was a podcast network. Just like use studio resources and devote someone like myself or someone else who has like the skill. It doesn't take that much. You got to just know how to plug stuff in and edit, upload, type. But like farm new content, like they do that kind of through Rebel HQ. Like it sort of serves as their sort of farm squad to like for farm team for people to sort of show up, make contributions. I know that the various Rebel HQ contributors have had a difficult time. Some have come forward. Mondale Robinson just recently, Ben Dixon talked about some of his stuff he had done with that. Sandy Lovis, Bonnie, and Jeff Wiggins or others that took a stand and had a principled, departure. But like my podcast idea translates over to also Twitch, and like the podcasting that we would have done might have been audio only, but it's also easy to do a fly on the wall camera for it as well. And then you develop talent out of that for the other stuff. Not to say that that's the perfect answer, and I'm not trying to say they should have listened to me, but like I'm just saying that this idea that Mike from PA is putting out is, and I don't mean this as an insult, but like it's pretty obvious this is how you do stuff. You develop small, use the resources you have, and then the things that kind of pop off, those you can then devote more resources towards it. And they had this massive rocket ship, like he says here, that would have driven that incredibly well. I would have been like, oh, I wanted to do a podcast network, but no, it's a Twitch stream network. And that would have been like, well, it's kind of the same thing. What's the difference? It's all sort of the same blended stuff anyway. So it would have been fine. Let's just scroll here, too. I did write something to that one. Comrade Camry writes, holy shit, Cenk Uygur, you really are a monumental piece of shit. The Vanguard writes, now the bitterness towards Hasan makes sense. Cenk lost him as a commodity he could exploit for profit. Very true. Well said. Cloud says, union busting unk shocker. I think I retweeted that one. Michael Ryan writes, damn, Cenk Uygur even screwed over his own nephew? Jeez, what a prick. At Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, Humanist Report, Vanguard Pod. Dez writes, God will and Hasan are so married. Oh, Will. Oh, okay, Will. This guy's name Will. Not, I was like, God will. Is that like God willing? I was so confused. So yeah, okay, they're married according to this person. Person writes here, count the vote, mask up, writes, hashtag labor. Casey Gay writes, we'll finish the story like their boyfriends is killing. Oh, Will. Okay, see, I'm confused again by capitalize Will, would ya? Will finishing the story like their boyfriends is killing me. That is true. They're buddies. That is kind of cute. Turns out Cenk, someone else writes, ye old nerdcast writes, turns out Cenk lives like a capitalist every day, referring to his encounter with Charlie Kirk in the wild. Infernatrix Sophia, scorpion emoji, glass of milk emoji, writes, actually, I'd have beat my uncle's ass if he'd done this to me. Fair. George Santos fan writes, wow, LOL. Max writes to Leftward Bound, I didn't know about this. Lilith writes, I love how Will comes to Hasan's defense. I mean, it all worked out for Haas, but damn, Cenk really did fuck him over. So, yeah. Imagine how he treats the non-nephew employees, you know? Then I wrote this one a day or so later, thinking like the wave had crested and probably passed, although by this point it had a whole bunch of new followers, and I still felt like there was more to say here. I'm really tempted to do a lot more, but then I just realized I don't know what the right balance is with all this. It's kind of weird and tiring. But I wrote, let me see what date it is, December 12th, 2024. I wrote, LOL, Cenk did so much union busting that how does our brains do? Like, it's amazing that, okay. Cenk did so much union busting, the government made him post a notice to employees saying, I will stop doing union busting, and he's still going around saying, I didn't do union busting. I mean, come on. Continuing. It's all detailed in these. See, almost every time I try to include these links, I really would love if these writers would tune in and do another article. I just really need to find a journalist that wants to talk about this. I need to start sending stuff out. Here's another source, Cenk's own words. These are the emails he wrote to people. Just go ahead and pause it on screen if you want. Sorry, I can't scroll that one. These are super interesting, actually. These are a really fascinating window into the mind of the union buster. Read them on here on Alex Thompson's Twitter. They're all available, nice and easy. Like I said, come on, bro. Cenk loves to talk about how brave he is, but this is a topic he clearly isn't interested in coming forward about. And just sort of linking over down to this. And I like this guy's, first of all, it looks like me, but I like the profile for some reason. I decided that I had to respond. So I wrote that it really is. He writes, that's insane. And I write, it really is. Like, it's not an opinion. The guy did super aggressive union busting, thoroughly documented, and is straight up lying about it. Be sure to watch him panic here if you've missed this. He even admits it's something one should be angry about. Paul Leto wrote, this and the selling of the studio he got his audience to pay for $20 million to a crypto casino is all anyone should talk about when Cenk tries to say he's left-wing anyway. Yeah, I think the details might be slightly off here with 20 million. I don't know, it's just not super clear there. But yeah, they fundraised to build this studio a while back, something like around 400,000. They've done various fundraisers over the years, and then it's now the Polymarket Studios, which we're going to get to in a bit. So that tweet did great. It's I hate all. I fucking hate. I just want to live in a barn with a small house, but I want like I need a lab. I need like a barn where I can make TikToks of me doing woodworking guy stuff. Although my wrists are fucked up, so that's difficult. But I would just love to do funny guy stuff in a barn. Have a little video editing corner, fix it up, do a bunch of stuff. So there's the Haas one again. Which one? Okay, so we're gonna get back to this tweet. We're kind of at the end of the Twitter portion of the show. We'll get back to it though here. But Emma responding to Cenk insisting that she pay him money that she was paid for producing valuable surplus to his coffers. How much profit did he make off of her labor? And he has the temerity to say, give me back the money because you used Facebook? Like, what? Are you kidding me? We're going to get, that's something that I very much dialed in on. So we're going to get back to this, but let's jump over to, okay, now we're in YouTube. We got a bunch of YouTube links. We'll get back to the Facebook thing. We're going to get watch Dave Rubin and Cenk go at it, and then and watch a bunch of Leftist Mafia stuff, culminating with what hopefully is the first of many, many bro fests about Mike Figueredo. Ha! Surprise third act turn, huh? Not really. I don't know why, but I was so stressed about worrying that I had been too, like, not tonally characterizing him fair. We'll get to that. We'll get to that, though. That'll be at the end. So we're going to end up on a nice note, I guess is all I'm trying to say. I'm so fucking exhausted by all this shit. Good God. All right, so Dave Rubin and Cenk Uygur finally reunite for an epic slapfest, not unlike Harvey Keitel and that skinny guy that plays the other guy that Harvey Keitel fights in the film The Duel, or Duelists might be the movie. I don't know. It's called The Duel, I think. They're like soldiers who hate each other, but then they like fight every like 10 years. They get into these crazy fights. What am I doing? Dave left the Young Turks. I recall working there back in 2013, 2014-ish time period, 2015 a little bit. Knowing Dave, not to say that I imagine he might know my name. If he sees my name in a tweet, he'll probably be like, oh yeah, that's his name. I wouldn't be surprised if he forgot the name either, nor would I be offended. It's not like we're that close, but I've had multiple conversations with him. I'm pretty chatty, and I'm a stand-up, or did stand-up. I'd like to do stand-up again, and he has a stand-up background too. I actually performed on a Jimmy Dore show once as a guest spot. I would host a bunch of his weekends too, around 2016 kind of. But Dave and I both did guest spots, so I got to see him do a 10-minute set. That's actually the story. The story I was hoping to like eventually get on the Michael Brooks show to talk about, because I knew Michael from meeting him at Jimmy Dore's house, and I drove him to his sister's place, and I was very proud that I knew Michael in person, and we would chat. We would chat on DMs occasionally as well, but man, every time I talk about him, I get sad. Anyway, so you're probably familiar with all that backstory stuff. Go ahead and get on YouTube if you want to go smash your head into the rabbit hole wall of it. Why did I phrase it like that? Okay, so we're going to start with Piers asking Dave something. Then we're going to introduce Cenk, and we're going to then get into the fisticuffs come out pretty fast. So this is a fairly exciting moment in the lore of TYT, the Dave Rubin, the commotion that's happening nowadays. So let's just go ahead with it. Piers Morgan saying something he's pretending to not be a conservative. These guys pretend like they're not conservative. It's fucking crazy. What the fuck? Here's Piers Morgan.
Sorts of stuff, which I'm all in favor of. This kind of, rigid ideology where you have to all sign up to one viewpoint about everything. Yeah, there'll be people in there that completely disagree with RFK, for example, about some of his views. Good. Have that debate. Of course. Have that debate. This is what democracy.
Yes, RFK represents diversity. They act like RFK brings the variety of opinions, the hyper idiot scion of probably the most prominent family in American culture and royalty.
Democracy is supposed to be built on.
Of course, this is the beauty of what Trump is doing right now. And really, you can connect that so deeply. I mean, I would recommend anyone go back on YouTube. You can find Donald Trump on Phil Donahue or Oprah or a whole bunch of these shows back in the 80s, and he sounds like a Democrat. Yeah. So Donald Trump is not a traditional conservative. I would actually argue that Donald Trump's own political evolution, probably, Piers, is much more in line with guys like you and me than say George Bush or Dick Cheney or someone that might, you think of as a sort of standard bearer for republicanism. So the fact that he is now going to bring in people who quite literally were running against him for president only 6 months ago, RFK Jr., and someone who ran against him for president on the other side, Tulsi, only 4 years.
They're really giving him credit for these shape-shifting liars, Tulsi and RFK, these unprincipled freaks that are clearly just doing power maneuvering through this whole thing. Just give me a break. And then they point that out as if Trump is like a team of rivals. Oh, isn't he such a good guy? Look at how good he is. His vice president called him Hitler. He loves when people have said something. I guess you could argue he doesn't hold the grudge that he was called Hitler, but to his ends, he prefers, or when people bend the knee and bow their heads to him and they submit, that's where things, that's the proof of this necromancer power, this unfortunately charismatic, crazed necromancy that's emanating from the White House. If pink ooze could fly, it would be called pink rain. Ghostbusters 2 joke.
Years ago, that shows you what's bringing them together. What's bringing them together is a love for America, a realization that we have been on the precipice of giving away the most precious, beautiful experiment in human history on how to free people ever. And I think Donald Trump.
Yes, we would have given it away. The freedom that America embodies, the freedom to be in debt your entire life, to have your Social Security check garnish your student loan payments, as people who are in their 60s now experience. That's freedom. The freedom to pick a doctor that'll charge you thousands of dollars if you're lucky enough to even get in the door. Freedom. The freedom to work a job with no health insurance so that your wrists get all fucked up and you don't have anything to do. And now the rest of your life, you can't defend yourself. You can't get up off the ground without using your fists. I have to use my fists to get off the ground because my wrists are jacked up. If I had health care, if I had a job with health insurance, I'd have been able to maybe get my arms treated and my wrists treated before I wore them out by holding vibrating tools for another 3 or 4 months. We're free. America's the greatest place where the freedom goes. Shut the fuck up, Dave Rubin.
Trump actually now sees that. I also think that post-assassination attempt, I think he has a renewed fervor and sort of realization of what his role in life is. And that's the opportunity that, again, not to make this about Ana specifically, but anyone that's going through a wake-up. We know so many people have woken up. I mean, look, for me, I think it was 2016, I did that Why I Left the Left video for PragerU. You want everyone to get there the day you do, but you have to be gracious when people come around one way or another.
Yeah. Well, let's bring in my other panel members.
They're thrilled to have Ana heading their direction. Now, Ana might take issue. She, has a history with Dave Rubin. They've had some crosswords over their years. She was recently asked by Piers Morgan, who played a video, I don't have it ready to play, of her past comments about Dave Rubin's shift to the right, and then comparing it to where she is currently, where she said, "I'm still mostly very left, and I still work at the same company, and but maybe Dave Rubin was right," she said. But these guys certainly seem to perceive what she's doing is heading towards them. She's definitely been love bombed, meaning like the right wing commenters and viewers, including like there's various audiences here. There's like other shows, there's other hosts, there's different prominences within that one. But then there's also the audiences too, all reacting very positively to, or expressing surprise that they're suddenly agreeing with Cenk like they never thought they would, or they're agreeing with Ana like they never thought they would. Welcome to our side. Welcome to our side. It's not just people from the left looking at this and saying, look at her going right, because there's a lot of people making commentary about it. So many, and I wish I often think to note different people's comments and stuff, and I do occasionally, but I don't ever get it fully comprehensively. And so, I don't know, I kind of want to do that for the podcast. But the right wing, including the biggest example of it, whose name is not commensurate, whose name means moving to pull a Rubin means to abandon your principles, or at least ostensibly. Maybe it wasn't much of an abandonment. Maybe he felt at the TYT that he was putting on airs more at the Young Turks trying to conform than afterwards, perhaps, or than when he moved towards this disposition, towards this thing. But they see it. They see what she's doing and are describing it as, you got to be gracious, it happened eventually. So it seems to be a very similar process, at least according to the source of the process. Dave's not the source per se, but, you know.
Because
So now Piers brings in Cenk. This is where the rumble begins.
Some of them are definitely going on a very interesting journey, including new MAGA enthusiast Cenk Uygur. I said that deliberately to wind him up. The host and founder of the Young Turks. Libertarian Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem. Lindy Lee, the DNC Finance Committee member and advisor, and former woke activist turned YouTuber Amala Ekpunobi. Well, welcome to all of you. So Cenk, I mean, many people saying if you carry on down the road you're going in the last few weeks, you will be a fully fledged member of MAGA before we know it.
Yeah, there's absolutely no chance of that. I'm not like Dave Rubin, a giant sellout fraud
Wow.
who changed all of his positions and is totally useless and it shouldn't even be on here. He's just a waste of space.
Wow. Really? After what all Dave said about coming together?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
We're in like a just like charlatan funhouse mirror territory with this whole thing. But like, I love Piers Morgan just immediately like, aren't you the one who wants them to come together? Are you doing it wrong?
Yeah,
I'm gonna back up 10 seconds.
Shouldn't even be on here. He's just a waste of space.
Wow. Really? After what all Dave said about coming together?
Oh, all Dave said about it.
Yeah, no, got no interest in coming together with utter frauds like Dave Rubin. So, brother, you telling me that when you were on the Young Turks, you were Mr. Progressive and you agreed with us 100%. Now, all of a sudden, you agree with Trump 100%. You're not saying something nuanced like we are. Hey, you know, when the guy gets shot at and he puts his fist up, that's courageous. When he does the McDonald's photo op and it works fine, no problem, right? If he wants to cut the Pentagon, great. Those are progressive.
The fact that the country fell for the McDonald's photo op, it's mostly because the press makes it seem like it's this big, oh, look at him. Ha, ha, ha. Like, you should be offended that they did that. The working class should look at that with rage and disdain, not like just gleefully. And I'm not blaming the working class here. I'm saying like the way audiences are fed that story by the media, like, how does that, it's just so embarrassing that worked in terms of that being an effective political stunt that Trump put on they shut down a McDonald's so that they could film him pretending to work. You should be enraged that some guy does that to mock you, basically, to insult you. Nevertheless, this is very interesting to watch Cenk confront Dave Rubin for lies he told. I do remember, and this is not inside stuff, this has been talked about publicly, but like one of the things that first kind of sent Dave on his way out the door at the Young Turks was they were arguing about, I think it was about Israel blowing up a hospital or somewhere and using human shields and killing people who were in the hospital. And is it okay to blow up? It could have been a school, and forgive me if I don't know the details, but it was some disagreement about murdering civilians who are in either a school or a hospital in the Palestinian area. And Dave was kind of like, they sniffed out that he didn't mind that they killed people in the school or the hospital or something like that. So don't know fully. And I remember everybody being kind of aghast at this, like, wait a minute, you're supposed to be, we don't do that. And it seemed like that was a highlight, not a highlight, but an early moment of pivot where it's like, oh, maybe there's something underneath here that's going to be, an issue. And then he was gone within a few months. I don't think it means like TYT fired him in that. I just mean like that was around the time where he was on his way out. I never really understood why they're all into Dave Rubin. He looks fine. I mean, as far as like visuals, as far as a host, he's somewhat capable in terms of enunciating words. I think I said in the letter hack, but he's kind of like a capable petting zoo guide, you know. Well, we're gonna go over look at the llamas. Oh, okay, all right, everybody, take a look at that. That's great. Okay, now we're gonna go look at a drawing of a hippo. Anybody like to touch the drawing of the hippo? Yep. Their poop weighs 6 pounds. Now here, everybody hold this bag of dirt that weighs 6 pounds. That's hippo poop. That actually sounds like a really fun petting zoo, honestly. I got a great new business idea. Let's keep going.
Positions, anti-corruption, progressive position, anti-war, progressive position. But you change all of your ideology overnight and you expect us to believe that that's real? I don't think it's real at all. And I want an apology from you for all the crazy, outrageous lies.
Cenk wants an apology for someone lying? What? Do we do that? Is that Is that a thing? Are people allowed to demand an apology for a lie? See, I'm not demanding an apology. My movie's not called Apologize, Cenk. It's called Tell the Truth, Cenk. I don't think he's capable of a sincere apology. I don't think he has the character to do that. If he did, he wouldn't have covered up the story. He wouldn't have done all these years of pretending it's not true. He wouldn't still be lying about it. He's still lying about being a union buster. He is not. He should try to apologize. If this ever does reach the point where he has to face up, face the music and tell his audience the truth, it should include an apology. I'll be fascinated and I'll be interested in reacting to it. I'll try to do that on camera to get my genuine reaction or my initial reaction. But I don't believe he's capable of a sincere apology. I think he should still do one. That's part of the damage control that he's going to have to do. But there's no way that that it would come off sincere, in my opinion. Only actions could effectuate anything close to an apology, and that would take years of something. And I don't even know what actions that would mean. But he could tell the truth. He could retract. You can retract, and that doesn't necessarily require his sincerity. It just means that he has to acknowledge that a story that was not true was told, and that there's actually a different version of the story that should have been told. It's pretty straightforward journalistic basics. It's my only demand. Are there other things I could come up with that if someone would ask me, what do you want Cenk to do in this situation? Sure, I could probably. But my one demand is in the title. Tell the truth, Cenk. Tell the fucking truth. I didn't name it that. That would have been better.
That you told about the Young Turks. When is that going to happen, huh?
Wow.
And when are you going to admit that you changed all your positions for money? Okay, well, what position do you still have that's in any way a so-called classic liberal? You fraud,
Dave.
Piers, it's barely worth responding to this ridiculous buffoon who's the joke of the industry. But I will say this, Cenk, you haven't.
The joke of the industry is a nice dig. That probably got under. I think it's true. I imagine people probably. Cenk sitting on PBD podcast telling him about his rules. We have beer. We should fight. Then we have beer, and we're American. Those are my rules. Those guys are like, this is dumb. Fuck this guy. We have some PBD show. I'll skip. I think I'm gonna skip that one today. Yeah, we'll save that one for later.
10 years.
Even right when you're thinking you're a total fraud.
I don't think he's a fraud or a joke. I think Dave Rubin is, for what it's worth, I think Dave Rubin is one of the most influential and significant voices out there right now. And I
actually think Dave Rubin is very good at tennis. Have you seen him toss the ball? The fuzzy green ball? Much like my balls. All British men have green balls. Why did I decide to piss off all of Britain? I often get British listeners, by the way. Y'all are great. I hope you're not too chuffed at me about that.
I admire his honesty about the journey he's been on, Cenk.
Piers, I appreciate that, but
I'm going to back up 10 seconds, just some over talking here. I'll shut up.
Voices out there right now. And I admire his honesty about the journey he's been on, Cenk.
Piers, I appreciate that, but the thing is, what Cenk just proved is exactly what everyone in America, and I would say all over the world, is getting over. Nobody wants what he just offered up there. Not only does no one believe it, and he had it prepackaged and ready to go, and it's complete drivel. Yes, I sold out. It's just it's so nonsensical. Again, Cenk, I'll gladly send you a signed copy of the book, and you can read all of my thoughts. And if you're anti-corruption and you're anti-war, you should be on the Trump train.
Do you think Cenk would be upset it wasn't signed? He said it would be signed. So Dave Rubin seems to think that Trump is anti-war. That's not at all. He tried to start a war with Iran. He escalated all kinds of military spending. Guy's not anti-war whatsoever. This is ridiculous. He's just about to take over the genocide from the Democrats, who are also not anti-war. They're pro-genocide. They all belong in prison for the murders of all those people. But unfortunately, we're not going to get that. But this notion that Trump is bringing us anti-war is absurd. Completely absurd. Why? That's one of those that just you guys got to... I mean, clearly they don't respect their audiences talking like that, that he's the anti-war candidate. Because he didn't invade Iraq, because he didn't launch a huge war like George Bush.
But your endless hatred, the division that you sow, calling everyone racist and white supremacists, all of that stuff, it's why you're not respected. But I don't mean to get into the personal side of that. I'm talking about now something that culturally has shifted, and everyone can see the grift that you're up to, trying to sort of dance with the thing. but it's just not necessary, and I don't think that many people will buy it.
Well, Cenk, let me put to you, Cenk.
So Rubin is skeptical that Cenk's grift is going to work. Now, Cenk would argue he's not doing a grift. He's a principled man who lives his principles.
Laura, hang on, Cenk. Hang on. Cenk, hang on. I'm gonna read you something just to see your reaction. But Laura Loomer called you out on X, as you know, and she said this: "You are
the voice of a generation." Laura Loomer, who picked up the mantle of Walter Cronkite. I almost said Harvey Keitel. Then I almost said Walter Keitel too.
Radical left, Cenk Uygur. You're a con artist and an opportunistic grifter who's gotten rich off demonizing President Trump, calling his supporters fascists and Nazis, promoting open borders, glorifying Hamas, and pushing conspiracy theories about Trump for 9 years. If you want forgiveness, get on your filthy knees and pray to Allah, because you aren't welcome on the right and you aren't ever going to find a redemption arc no matter how hard you pander. And she goes on and on. I'm going to keep calling you out every time you try to move an inch closer to many on the right, because you're too dense and too dumb, because they're too dense and too dumb to decode your subversion, but I'm not. So look, there are lots of people on the right who think that you're on some great move here to, as she puts it, wiggle your way into the middle and over to the right, so you can then poison MAGA with your, as she puts it, subhuman political takes. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Okay.
What was he going to agree? Yeah, I'm trying to poison MAGA with my subhuman. So clearly, Cenk's not going to like the characterization Laura Loomer had for his a shifting political positioning.
So look, this is people like Laura Loomer and Dave Rubin are the exact problem. And I think actually somebody else on this panel knows part of the solution. That's Dave Smith. And I want to come back to that in a second. So when you have people like Dave Rubin switch all of their positions, what happens is when you go to do nuance and you say, hey, guys, hold on, let me explain. Hold on. Yeah.
He's quiet, but he's saying, which position did I talk about that you don't think I hold? He's asking him to name a specific position.
Yeah, hey, go pleasure Trump again. Go pleasure Trump again.
Jake, do you know that
he goes from Bernie to Trump and pretends. Come on, brother. Come on, brother.
I tell people what I believe in.
What do you believe in? You
believed
believed in something yesterday. You don't believe in anything today.
Yeah, what position? What position do you think I hold that I don't honestly believe?
Can I answer the question?
Yeah.
Can I answer the question? Can I answer Trump?
Yeah, what position do I say that I believe that I don't really believe? Go ahead.
Brother, you went on Fox News with Tucker Carlson. You went on Tucker Carlson on Fox News and said gay people, that the fact that the fire department was recruiting gay people was why there was forest fires. You're a national embarrassment, okay?
Right.
You pleasure those guys for a living.
You can pull up the clip tomorrow if you want. Okay? I was talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, that you shouldn't hire people
answer Piers's
based on their...
Pull out the clip. Get the clip ready. I'm yelling at my assistant over there in the corner, over there on the against the intern wall, closer to the wall. I said it's the intern wall. No, that's the paid intern wall. Get over to that other wall. You want more exposure? You stand next to that wall. Pull up the clip of Dave Rubin on Tucker Carlson talking about firefighters.
Genitals or their sexual orientation. And we now all know that. You have been one of the prime pushers of all of this neo-racism. I believe in meritocracy.
Oh, sure. Meritocracy. Yeah. Yep. That's a real thing.
That whether you're going to be a doctor or a firefighter or a basketball player or anything else, you should be hired on your qualifications, not your genitals or sexual orientation or skin color. Yeah. That's actually America.
No. Only reason I ever got picked for basketball is because I had my penis out. Okay? Trust me, it works.
So you can keep trying here.
Yeah, finish your point, and then I'll go to Dave Smith.
Listen, yes. When this country desperately needs to unite against the establishment on things we all agree on. So things like all the populists hate corruption. All the populists hate war. By the way, Dave doesn't. Dave will...
The word progressive doesn't really apply anymore to Cenk. I think he could probably argue that if he wanted, but he's clearly shifting away from that framing of his politics towards something that includes potentially includes right-wingers. The concept of populism is one of those sort of fungible notions that often can mean something okay. Thomas Frank wrote a book about the prairie populists, which are essentially this sort of leftist upstart. I don't know if they would have characterized themselves, but they did a lot of common sense stuff. They developed a party. They ran for office, I think, in Kansas. It was like a late 1800s or something. I'm sure I'm getting the details wrong, but Thomas Frank is an excellent source for knowledge about what would be a lefty populist. They were looking for fairness and dignity, and they won a lot. They actually scared a lot of capitalists. They scared the business community. They scared the government because America is fundamentally a right-wing, institutionalized capitalist nation. And so the prairie populists are a fascinating chapter in that story. On the other side of it, the way populism is often used, it sort of just boils things down to the lowest common denominator of marshaling rage and marshaling populist anti-government sentiment towards, I'm doing a bad job just characterizing this, but there's the right-wing sort of populism, generally means about motivating people to show up and to raise their fists, but it's taken as fuel to advance right-wing causes. It's usually not about protecting those people ultimately at all. They speak to a person's what we call populist impulses, but the end result of that is always consolidating power, making the world more friendly to business interests, which is to say a worse place for humans to live. So Cenk is sort of trying to find it because it sounds kind of bland. Like, yeah, who wouldn't be populist? He calls himself an economic populist. Like the phrase has really been added to the zeitgeist, if that's even how you're supposed to talk. But I need to read up on it more, and so I can get better at kind of explaining what I just did. I'm pretty sure I fucked that up. I'm pretty sure I sound stupid. Like a fucking. Let's keep going.
It demand that we start every war for Israel and pay for all of Israel's war. So he's been establishment on that all along. But when you go to say, hey, can we get an agreement on things that we agree on? The left pushes back because they're so afraid. They got traumatized by the Dave Rubins in the world. They're like, oh, if you take one step, not even in their direction, if you allow the right wing to take a step in our direction, they're worried that you're going to be a fraud like Dave Rubin and change all of your positions overnight. So my friends on the left, do not get scarred by this fraud of a man. There are other people like Dave Smith, who
let me bring in Dave
is a
Smith.
libertarian. We disagree on other issues.
Let me bring in
but
Dave
we
Smith.
can actually unite on the things that we care about.
Let me bring in Dave Smith.
In order to unite, you got to get past the frauds like Dave Rubin.
Right. Dave
Smith's the only real podcaster. Headphones and a microphone. Ugly background. He's the only guy who's actually showing some fucking respect to this panel. Let's jump ahead to 2722. This is where they get into it again. I want to see this time code here. Dave and Cenk, we'll go back 20 seconds there. Let's see. And it comes back up.
Kind of horribly.
The ancient blood feud rises once again. It has now been a millennia since whence. The world has gone through several changes, but the blood anger still boils in the deepest, darkest parts of the earth. 2 Morlocks rise. 2 warriors commence battle again slightly later in the same interview.
Misogynistic and disgusting manner. What does that tell you about where we are?
Sure. Well, I would say, Piers, we have a living, breathing example of that happening on this panel right now, which is that what she just illustrated there is a bunch of attacks on her character and her behavior and saying awful things, and you can describe them as misogynistic and all those things. Look at everything that Cenk just said to me. These are just attacks, not on my beliefs, but on my character, which again, he couldn't illustrate one thing that I say that I don't believe. I woke up very early to the excesses of the left.
I like that their whole thing is they hate woke, but he keeps using the word, Anna woke up. Anna's waking up. I woke up. Like, oh man, what they've done to that word is just, and it's not going to go away because it's such a good word in terms of just pure phonetics. It's a simple, easy word. It ends with a K sound, and it seems to accomplish whatever it is they're trying to accomplish when they use it. But but that's not how he means it. How he woke up.
what we now know as wokeness. I came out against identity politics, and I wanted to return America to what it was founded on, which was individual liberty and judging everyone by the content of their character, not the color of their skin.
And then they have the temerity to co-opt Martin Luther King's words with that phrase he just said. A socialist, anti-capitalist activist who they murdered, who was killed while he was supporting a strike action to support workers.
The progressive movement is wildly attached to something that brings everyone back to ancient hatred. So when you leave the left, as both of the ladies just pointed out, you will get unending hatred, usually having nothing to do with what you believe or you say. And again, I would just have anyone rewind the video and listen to the nonsense that Cenk said about me to prove that it still exists.
Well, Cenk, I mean, you did launch a very aggressive ad hominem attack on Dave Rubin off the top, which was your decision to do that. But in relation to his specific question, Cenk, can you say one thing that Dave Rubin believes in today that you don't think he believes?
Donald Trump has YMCA. Isn't there a firefighter in there? There's a cop and an Indian. I'm not sure.
Good joke, Dave.
Hold on.
Way to go,
hold on.
Dumbass.
Hold on. Look, there's a couple of super important things to say here. First of all, in answering your question, look, Dave doesn't believe in any of the positions he believed in. Before he thought he believed in affirmative action. He believed in this. Okay, affirmative action. And now he says it's the worst thing in the world.
Affirmative action. I evolved. I used to believe in identity politics because I was a progressive like you.
Asked me to say.
Cenk is against affirmative action. He says it makes it so that when people of color succeed in these institutions, they people could point it out that they only got in because only got in because of affirmative action, and therefore it takes away their accomplishments. And I saw a stat the other day that it was a comment on some show, but it was enrollment in these institutions for people of color is down like 50% plus. It's just reverting to the white supremacist defaults that America is known for. So I think there's a fair case to be made for a world where affirmative action isn't necessary or something like that. I'm not saying I have all the nuances completely worked out, but Cenk is explicitly against affirmative action. Not that he should necessarily evolve about that. Apparently, Dave Rubin is evolved towards Cenk's positioning on this.
Why can't he
ask me to name something you changed on? I named it.
You're telling me I don't believe what I'm saying right now. You're calling me a sellout. I believe in
Did you believe the Russian propaganda you were paid for?
Oh, you are an utter.
Did you believe the
buffoon.
Russian propaganda you were paid for?
I was not paid, Cenk. I was not paid.
You were paid $100,000 a video.
Oh my God, you clown! I would recommend anyone look into that to find out a bit more on that.
That's through the Tenet Media stuff. Lauren Chen, I think, is a person involved. Do your own Googling. I didn't. This whole time, it's not like I can pay attention to every single thing, and to the degree that I can spit it back into the microphone. But I'm pretty confident Dave took some money that was probably of that origin. There's a whole lot of money on the right. There's so much money flowing into these media spaces on the right.
Cenk, how much when you took
$1
million from Jeffrey Katzenberg? What did that do for you?
And did I change my positions at all? Not 1%. Not 1%. Okay, can I just address the core of the problem, Piers?
What position do you think I hold that I cannot explain my beliefs on?
Jeffrey Katzenberg is in favor of... Okay, Jeffrey Katzenberg is a good guy, but he's in favor of Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris. I was against all three. What part of that is unclear?
I mean, it wasn't against. Not this. We would have been against them in the primary. It's not. It's just oversimplistic for him to say like he was against. He wanted them to win. I'm not. But I also don't want to say like if you wanted Kamala to win that you were a huge supporter of Kamala. I also think that that's an unfair characterization. There's nuance to the way we are only allowed to choose between these two dominant capitalist parties. But like, I feel like him saying that though does a little bit try to say like I wasn't for them ever. I mean, maybe I'm not being fair with that. Let's back up 10 seconds.
So favor of, okay, Jeffrey Katzenberg is a good guy, but he's in favor of Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris. I was against all three. What part of that is unclear?
So like if you don't know anything about Cenk's background, him saying he was against all three makes it seem like he was never supportive of them at all in any way. Like I said, there's nuance to whether you say we want Biden because he's not Donald Trump, or we want Kamala because she's not Donald Trump. There's all kinds of, again, it's there's nuance to that, but and these types of situations are difficult as far as getting your choosing to say the right thing succinctly with clarity. I certainly struggle with that. We're like 5 hours into a 19-hour podcast.
Look, Piers, there's three
hang on.
Politics for a second.
Cenk, here's my point. The point Dave Rubin is making is, why shouldn't he be allowed to go on an evolution of his views? And why does that mean that right now you can say to him, as you did, you don't believe anything you're saying or believe now, when actually it's completely possible that he 100% believes everything he now says because he's changed his mind. Why can't he do that? And why don't you believe him?
I think that the left is scarred by people like Dave Rubin, who had a complete change. For example, Tulsi.
Yes, I actually do have a scar on my arm, and it's Dave Rubin's face, which is weird. I don't know how it happened. Must have been because I got scarred by Dave Rubin. What the fuck?
Gabbard goes from total progressive to total right-winger. On the other hand, RFK Jr. didn't go to a total right-winger. He still believes the things that he believes about the environment, about housing, about...
I'm not a church boy. Cenk never seems to bring that up, where he essentially admitted that the question was about his sexual... Had he sexually assaulted somebody? And his answer was, I'm not a church boy. Should that be disqualifying, Cenk, for the hiking trips you go on with them? And by trips, I mean local trips.
Corruption, etc. So you have to be able to distinguish between the people who are doing it professionally, as I hate the word grift, but whatever it is that you want to call it, and the people who have genuine disagreements and genuine nuance in their opinions. So, for example, guys, there's three different branches of each party. There is the radical right, radical left, there's the populist left and populist right, and then there's the establishment of both parties. I despise the establishment with every fiber of my being.
There's radicals, populists, and establishment.
And I've been doing that same exact program for over 22 years, longest running show in internet history, and we've never wavered on that. But now the radical left, unfortunately,
employing people using classification to deny them benefits is completely against the principles that Cenk tells his audience he lives. He screams and yells about healthcare, and then he hires somebody and uses classification, including independent contractor and part-time status, so that they have to work and not get healthcare, and had to start a union to try to be able to go to a doctor. So the whole thing, this is also why it's just like completely not befuddling, I keep using that word, but stupid and dumb and short-sighted, and probably some degree of hubristic blindness in this dude, that just treat people a little bit okay so that they don't have any reason to unionize or or make a documentary about how shitty of a boss you were. Now, if you're getting respected at work, you also still deserve a union if it fits within, you know, your interests, I think. I'm not saying you only have to be in exploitative conditions, but like, that's why I think they're so scared to talk about my story. That's why when they did that big bonus show and they name dropped every single person in the drama cloud except my name and except my project, because this project actually goes far deeper than any of these other surface ones. And the other ones are big and they're important, and the people who are passionate about them, that's all valid. But my whole story shows you that this dude doesn't live his principles, that he does not mean it when he says people deserve health insurance. He does not mean that. There's no way he can mean that if you go work for him and he classifies you so you don't get health insurance. And then you ask, and he changes the classification so that he gets to keep your money still, while you don't get health insurance. You can never persuade me that he means it. It's not a persuadable. I think you could persuade me, and I would probably just agree to it, that if he were a Congress boss, he probably would vote for a Medicare for all package, right? I don't think he's going to just try to shift everybody over to independent contractors as a Congress boss. That's a different thing, though. I don't think he means it, though. He clearly doesn't care. He clearly does not care at all. It'd be nice if he somehow came forward and pretended like he did. Again, I don't think he's capable of a sincere apology. Let's keep going. I'm getting distracted.
Is doing what you're worried about, Piers. That the minute that they see anything where you say, I agree with the right, when they agree with us on something like anti-war, they go, oh my God, hold on, let me finish the thought. Let me finish the thought. And what people then say is, oh no, he's going to pull a Dave Rubin, because these guys get paid to go fully right-wing and then to throw their own people under the bus. So they'll pick a gay guy like Dave to throw gay people under the bus. If you see me going after Muslims, if you see me going after people that I never...
I'm going to go right-wing, and I'm going to throw tall people under the bus. And then tall people will be like, he's not even that tall. You know, because their voice box is stretched out because of their monstrous heights. I'm just kidding. That's like the ones that have the pituitary gland. Not see now. No, God, I just walked myself into being a real piece of shit. I'm not even that tall. I'm just tall enough that people think I'm tall, and so I get all the benefits of it, which is awesome. Like just under 6'3". I think I'm. I don't know. I think I'm a little under 6. It's honestly very annoying. Why can't I just get that extra like 1/5 of an inch so I didn't have to be a little under? What an unfair deal. No, I'm the perfect height. It's fine.
That I've always supported, then you have an issue. But part of the, and this is not a pivot, guys. We've been fighting the radical left for 2 straight years now because they say absurd things like, hey, if the right wing agrees with us, we shouldn't do it anyway. We had somebody leave the network because they said, everyone on the right wing is racist. If you agree with the right wing in anything, even if it's things that we agree on, that makes you racist.
So he's talking about Mondale, and that's not what Mondale said at all. Mondale lives under direct, literal threat. He has to have security traveling with him because he's a black man in the South who stood up to, he's a mayor of a town, and he helped remove a monument. I think he tore it down himself or something. I don't know the full details. But he and his wife live with fear. This baked-in monstrosity of America, the terror that flows through American society because it's always been a terror state for black people here. And he didn't say that. He's totally mischaracterizing Mondale as an example of someone who is on the radical left that it can't be reasoned with. This is the stuff that really bothers me, the way he does that. And it's straw manning all over the place with a lot of the arguments, the way he and Anna, but Cenk, characterizes people on the left. They don't believe in crime, stuff like that. Well, I have more to say about that, but I just really annoyed by the way he is treating Mondale in this whole thing.
And it hurts black bodies.
All right.
See, that's absurd.
Yeah.
that's insane.
Of course it is. I mean, the irony is
reasonable.
Sure, Cenk. Why don't you go on their show and tell them that? Tell those black men who are professional commentators and smart people who live this world in a way that you never have. I'm not claiming I have. I'm saying I trust those guys when they talk about their own experience, and he disrespects them so much that he won't even try to summarize what they say fairly. He's using the incorrect straw man argument as a cudgel to show that his proof to the right that he is someone to be trusted because he disciplines the left. He just said it. We've been fighting the radical left for 2 years. It's
the irony is that you and Dave Rubin probably agree with a lot more than you're prepared to ever admit. You just don't think his views are sincere because he's changed his mind on a number of positions. By the way, I used to think I was liberal.
It's not just that, Piers. He lied about us 20 times
I have
over.
nothing in common with modern woke liberals. Zero. Let me bring Dave Smith back in. Let me bring Dave Smith back in. Dave, look, this is part of the problem, it seems to me, is that...
Dave just said that they've done dozens of videos and he's done 0.
Is that actually, if people stopped the ad hominem stuff, they could find a lot of common ground where I think there's been a very rapid repudiation of a lot of the nuttier progressive left stuff. And you're seeing America actually through Trump, albeit through he has his inflammatory rhetoric, but you're seeing America, I think, coming to a far more centrist place, actually, which is why he's managed to attract people from all different walks of life. I think that's what's going on. And you're seeing the people on the extremities beginning to look more and more irrelevant.
A lot of times it's about how we use these words and what they actually mean. I'm not sure that centrist is the right word, but I do think, to your point, if you have people who call themselves liberals and they are blatantly opposed to free speech, which there are quite a lot of. This has been very normalized over the last 10 years, really over the last 8 years. I don't mean to drive this into semantics, but what you're describing is not liberalism. I mean, this is just, and in a similar sense, like people who are, anti-war or pro-free speech, the idea that that's considered like a right-wing position is just nutty. I mean, I think anybody it's like at this point, then these words don't mean anything.
The free speech is thrown around a lot by those who don't actually believe in it. They know that you want to believe in it. They know that it's a concept, if you don't think too far down the surface of the concept of freedom, they don't want that idea ever. They only want that idea like living like a bug on the surface of the water of your brain. If you think about it a little more, the concept of freedom opens up an interesting philosophical discussion about freedom of what? Freedom to do stuff or freedom to be safe from stuff? Freedom of or freedom from? The freedom in America that they want to promise is freedom over. The freedom to tell people what to do, the freedom to not have the government tell you what to do, and the freedom to affect other people's lives. There's a freedom from, which is to say the freedom, like this is what was sort of encapsulated by FDR's Bill of Rights that he proposed. I can't list them right real quick, but like the freedom to have a job, freedom for foods, housing, so an expansion of basic human needs that should become rights. I think we could probably expand on that today. But those are freedom from, the freedom from stress, the freedom from worry, the freedom from being oppressed. Like the freedom I wanted at the TYT to get health insurance is to get the horrible for-profit health insurance that everybody got. I don't mean that as a knock on TYT. I mean that as a generalized thing that like I was aspiring to be constrained in my healthcare spending by this ugly, gross, horrible system. But I wanted the freedom from the worry, the freedom from the stress that I was living with. And only collective bargaining could give me the chance of having that at all. But the way free speech gets bandied about by the Elon Musks of the world is it's just a spell they're casting. They're trying to, they know you'll fall for it. They don't believe in that. The guy is banning, all kinds of journalists off off Twitter, all sorts of activist organizations that don't align with them politically, expanding allowing pedophiles and other horrible people to get back on there so that their free speech is protected. Free speech absolutists is, if anybody uses that phrase sincerely, they're trying to trick you or they're just very confused and don't know what they're saying. It's not a term that people who take the shit seriously would use in any way other than the way I just did, which is to devastate it with amazing slams. I just want to play really quickly, and then we're going to move it along to the Leftist Mafia portion of the show. I almost feel like I should do a whole separate podcast, to be honest.
This is the story of the shooting of the CEO of the healthcare company, Brian Thompson, and something that the NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch said yesterday. Take a look at this.
Let me say this plainly. There is no heroism in what Mangione did. This was a senseless act of violence. It was a cold and calculated crime that stole a life and put New Yorkers at risk. We don't celebrate murders and we don't lionize the killing.
Does the health insurance companies put people at risk? They kill people every day by denying through meetings, through paperwork. Why is that risk not ever accounted for?
Of anyone.
Cenk, a report came out that said a huge number of young people in America were actually fully on board with this hot assassin and approved of what he'd done. To which I replied on X, effing morons, which is what I believe they are.
Effing morons.
What does it come to in society? Putting aside legitimate concerns about the healthcare system, and I have more than any of you, by the way, because I live in a country where healthcare is free for everybody. And if you came over here and fell over and broke your leg, you get world-class free healthcare and no one will be over you.
Like what he just said there is a great argument for nationalized health insurance. See, Britain, the NHS is nationalized healthcare. I want something more along the lines of nationalized healthcare. I don't want it to be an industry that has any profit motive whatsoever. I think it should be a huge percentage of the economy. I think it should be a function that the society does, as a whole encompassing of other fields related to it, including education, including like human flourishing and like sports and schools and education and access to doctors, access to healthcare, research institutions, training nurses, training doctors, building out facilities, delivering these facilities. There's a lot of materials and manufacturing that goes into the whole deal too, that would have to be negotiated as well in terms of incentivizing the profit motive, incentivizing the behavior. But the way we do it is so that we have the greed filter attached to the entire thing. And at every single stage, somebody who doesn't need money has to make money or else nothing is allowed to happen. And we're just murdering each other while stressing each other out completely. When I say each other, I just mean generically because it's actually a small group of people. And at and the money gets to pile up in their bank accounts. And then they get to go to Wall Street and celebrate how much money they got from all the victims, from all the murder, from all the death, from all the stress, from all the turmoil. And people are so miserable. That's why they're not celebrating this guy as a murderer. They're celebrating the presence of justice. They're celebrating something that they haven't felt in a very, very, very long time. Is the idea that a person, everybody knew, nobody is any like in 35 years when that guy's kids grow up, and we can even like separate it from his own family. But like if your parent got murked for their job, and you know like it happened when you were a kid and now you're 40. And you tell somebody, oh, yeah, what ice cream vendor? What? Why would anybody kill your ice cream vendor? That's what it's like. Oh, change the scoreboard at the local teen baseball plex. What? Somebody killed your dad because he changed the scoreboard at the local teen baseball plex? That's crazy. But if you go, he was a health insurance executive. Oh, sorry, that must have been hard. That must have been hard for you. I'm sorry that, yeah. Like we need to do harm rejection. We should just reject the possibility that this job is allowed to exist. It should at least be sorry, I know this is not, but like it should at least be a government job. It should be democratically accountable. The job of health insurance executive should be a government job because only government should be allowed to kill people at this rate.
Asking for a payment for the bill. So I have strong views about it. But that's got nothing to do with the cold-blooded execution of an executive. And this hero worship of this guy, Luigi Maggioni, he's not a hero, is he?
So, Piers, I abhor violence, and you know that on every topic, including Israel, Gaza, I always say the same thing. Which is violence is both deeply immoral and deeply counterproductive. It's a surrender in the battlefield of ideas. So, but as you see that poll, Piers, you can call them morons, and I disagree with them. So I understand your frustration. But at the same time, if you ignore why they're having this unusual a reaction to a killing, you're making a mistake. And the reason they're having that reaction is because we live under corporate rule. And now both right and left hate that corporate rule. And health insurance is an excellent example of it. According to studies, 76,000 people die every year because they don't have health insurance, because they can't afford privatized health insurance. So the core job of the government is to protect us, military, police, firefighters, and yes, health insurance saves our lives. We're the only nation on earth that doesn't have universal health care. We let our own citizens die for profit. So that is the frustration that is built up, and now being shown in an unproductive way through this killing and the support of the guy who did the killing. But if you don't go address that massive health insurance problem, you're going to get more and more of this, and you can get angrier and angrier, and we can all go into our separate camps. But that's not going to solve it. What's going to solve it is ending corporate rule. And the number one issue is that the establishment takes money from those corporate donors and serves their corporate donors.
All right.
Both Trump and Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris took $700,000.
So Cenk has a lot to say about health insurance killing. I know I'm a broken record here, but I started a union at his company because of this screen right here. No benefits. Think of the twist of the knife when you work at a place where you've edited videos of him talking about healthcare, all these things. This is why I'm like the perfect person, quote unquote, to make this video, to do this documentary, is because I lived through, meaning I worked for the company. I was a fan before, and I've had such an intimate closeness to it to understand the project as deep as it gets generally. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something too. It's clearly possible. But like, excuse me? You can go on TV and say shit like that while you do this to people? And then when they unionize to stop it, you lie about them? Come on. All right, let's move it along here, because I got to be done with this shit eventually. It's going to be a while here. I guess this is what you get when you only do 1 or 2 podcasts a month. Why don't I just do like 4 45-minute podcasts instead of do like 1 4-hour one? It's I'm dumb. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Okay, back over to the Leftist Mafia portion of the show. We're going to watch a bunch from their episode last week that streamed on the 12th of December. Just before we do that, though, and I just realized I had meant to look at this and react when it happened, when Hansi, our buddy Hansi, whose name is Imran, not Scott, called into Cenk's call-in show and accused him of being a union buster. Look in the TYT-related videos on the channel for the green text of Cenk saying, no, I'm definitely not a union buster. I do a huge breakdown of it. I've got to make a short video of it. It's taken forever. It's just, and give that a look for a huge breakdown of it all. Fascinating. But as I've just looked at this now, I had meant to do this. Hansi had, sent in a super chat. So they look at it on this Leftist Mafia call here. It's actually much longer than I thought. So I was going to just do it now, but I'll do this a different day. But just to tease it, we'll just play a little here.
This is Hansi, a regular caller on my show, regular listener. So I trust whatever he's sending.
Okay.
Hansi was actually one of the smaller, like Howard Stern Rat Pack members back in the day. Not Rat Pack, Whack Pack members back in the day.
Oh, we both pulled it in, David, at the same time.
Wacky Packy.
A great of mine.
Hey there, you're on the air. Who's this?
Hello.
What? Oh.
Hey, what's your name, brother?
Earl?
Yep, you're on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think that you and Anna are inspiration. I've named my metal band after you guys, man. You guys rock.
Wow. Well, now we literally do because you named the metal band after us.
Yeah, it's called birthing people who are fascist pieces of shit. And I think you're a scumbag who's getting paid by the Russians, and you pal around with RFK Jr.
All right, so they watched a good bit of this, so this actually looks kind of like it will be worth getting to some point. So I bookmarked it, and we'll get back to that. As you guys know, on last week's major expansion of interest in the project I'm doing, Tell the Truth, Cenk, a documentary about work, a documentary about dignity, consent, professionalism. That's not what it's about. I mean, it's a professional documentary, I like to think. A documentary about forming a union at the Young Turks, about the lie that they told their audience that the union was started by outsiders in order to hurt Cenk's campaign. Completely wild, completely crazy thing to make up and put out without doing any fact checking, which is what they did. Anna helped him, and the company has still not retracted or apologized. So the film is about getting them to finally retract. Again, as I said earlier in the show, I don't believe Cenk Uygur is capable of a sincere apology, but he should try to give one out there anyway. At least the action would mean something. But just retract. Just tell the truth. Just tell your audience that you didn't give them the honest story about why, when, and for what reason, which is what why means. A union started at the Young Turks. So now that it's getting a lot more attention, thanks to Emma Vigeland mentioning the union busting in a tweet responding to, or in a quoted tweet of her colleague Matt Leck, Majority Report has had some beefing, I suppose would be the word, with TYT. It all kind of culminates to around this Polymarket studio, which is the Young Turks studio, the formal name. Cenk sold the naming rights to a company owned by Peter Thiel. He says he didn't know at the time. But that's been bandied about within this lefty space, within some of this stuff. And it all kind of came to a head. And I got a lot more attention than I've ever gotten on Twitter or in any phase of my life. Honestly, I find birthdays embarrassing for the amount of attention it gets me. Leave me alone, Mom and Dad. I mean, let's go out for Chinese, but leave me the fuck alone. Everybody's talking, though. And so let's watch the Leftist Mafia address this whole thing with TYT. I know a ton of people are interested in my story, probably also interested in a whole bunch of this other stuff. My story is this very strange, I don't want to say it's strange, but it could have been excluded from this process. I didn't have to do this. I was compelled to, the same way you're compelled to fight back against a bully. I didn't decide to do it, but I decided to finish it. That kind of thing, you know what I mean? And I'm so looking forward to being on the other side of it because it has cost me a tremendous amount of time and effort and energy and for very little money. So please consider supporting the project. Look in the description for links. 3 years of work on something. So throw me a $5 if you enjoyed the film or if you want to see it through to the end, because we're going to make Cenk Uygur the face of union busting, and it'll be 2025's group project for the left. That'll be fun. Here's the Leftist Mafia going on about it. I've got some things bookmarked, but let's just kind of like wade into their opening gambit and see what commentary comes out of it here at the start of their discussion from the week that it all went down.
Well, there was a major TYT contributor who quit this week, and you know, he was on Benjamin Dixon's show. Shout out to Benjamin Dixon, who did a really interesting interview, and I listened live to the spaces that was being hosted as well about that. I think because this week also Anna came out with an episode on Glenn Beck's show. If anyone's not familiar, Glenn Beck is a right-wing commentator in the United States, previously a host of Fox News who was too crazy for Fox News, and he's been running the Blaze ever since. And he's also notably one of the people who was pushing a lot of Obama's racist towards white people stuff and making that popular back in the day. And he sucks. He's just a horrible, bad human, and really shitty to see her going on that show and normalizing a lot of discourse surrounding, you know, the idea that the left are hyper orthodox. They are a cult. You're unable to step out of line if you do even slightly don't agree with them on 90% of issues. They will dogpile you and all the same talking points over and over and over and all that weird shit. And I guess some of that came to a headway with her feuding with Majority Report, Cenk feuding with Majority Report, them calling out Sam Cedar, amongst other people, and them fighting publicly on Twitter, which was really sad to see.
With the girl, I saw that they were going back and forth. Emma and her also were going back and forth. I seen that when I had popped in for a little bit, but that was really interesting to see because I know that at one point a few years ago they were like friends. So to see that was, I mean, not surprising because your friend could be a bad person. I'm talking about Ana Kasparian. Like she could turn out to be, you know, Satan, and you don't have to be attached to that. And you can still speak up about that. I don't like when Ana comes out and she says things like, I made you. Like that's the vibe that she tries to give. Like I made you.
They
I
both
put
give
you
that
here.
vibe.
Yeah. Well, they both give
True.
that vibe.
Yeah.
Not you throwing shade. Okay, but yeah, that the group of people there. But Anna, who is, I think.
Oh no, not Emma. I'm so sorry. I meant Cenk and Anna.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry.
That's right.
Okay, I just want to clarify that.
They both give that vibe. Absolutely. Please. Yes.
Shots fired at Emma.
They will be here saying,
No, I love Emma.
Good. She
we love
clarified,
Emma.
you guys. It's not Emma, but she was saying the main host, Cenk and Anna. But they do both give that vibe. I made you. I put you here. And anytime somebody says anything on the internet, and then her responses, Anna, I'm talking about, it's like she goes into this whole, like, you know, so you're mad that she'll say like I feel like her response to Emma gave like, you know, I made you, and here you are talking that mess for about unions, whatever that comment was, and then she went on to kind of say something about nothing, like, you know, you, Emma, want to stick up for the homeless. Like that's out of control. Like that's like how she'll just add that to the that's not what she said, y'all, but that's kind of like what she adds to every response. And it's like, girl, when did Anna get like that? But then again, like I said, I've saw some old stuff of her. I feel like she's always been like that, and she just grifts with the times. And now I think she's planted herself right where she wanted to be this whole entire time. It sucks to see.
She said that Emma is okay with people getting punched on the subway. I think that was the accusation, which was just kind of out of left field. Like, wait, what?
So I don't know the full story, so forgive me, but I'm confident that this is the case, is that Emma was punched herself. She had an encounter that was very unpleasant, that she from which some of that comes from. I'm not sure where the bougie stuff it comes from. There's a lot of willful misunderstandings happening. I think it's fair to say that there's emotions here flowing within this system, causing people to be a little less willing to sit with the other person's arguments and ideas. I'm not trying to suggest that they're equal stature standing. I don't think it's fair to do that for all arguments. I don't in this case, but with these battle lines kind of being drawn with the side on the left, Cenk would deem the max or radical or extreme or identitarian left. Ana would also use those terms. She likes the word identitarian. Maximalist left, they say. All phraseology that sources from right-wing reverberation sphere, that they're drawing stark lines too. Like they're drawing very clear lines that are designed, in my opinion, to appeal to audiences further to the right or to the center. Not that I'm saying even that's necessarily a bad thing. I think making a project of saying, hey, we need to try to get in touch. We need to try to understand these people. We need to try to reach out to them. Makes a ton of sense. Part of Ana's pivot is that she said that I thought that all MAGA people were evil and monstrous. I'm not quoting directly, but she makes it clear that she has since learned that they're not the demonized version that they were. And I never thought that. My dad's a Trump supporter, and I love my dad to death. I have conflicting feelings about a lot of that. He's not like the type of people they interview at the rallies. But like, if that's what you believed about them, I think that's shows where you were the whole time. But I don't actually think that's what she believed. I think that that's what the story goes. I no longer believe that you guys were all terrible, as a way of saying the people who I am now in disagreement with, my former comrades, that Ana would never use the word comrade, but my former cohort on the left, they still believe like I used to. So it's a way of telling that story, and then but applying that to whom you've left, to the group that you no longer associate with or that you're trying to distance yourself from. There's a lot of subtle stuff like that are in this whole story anyway. But let's just keep going. This is good.
Like, what are you talking about? But I know what you're not talking about. But why are you bringing that up? What are you? And that's not true. And but that's how she. It's kind of like what she talks when she mentions transgenders, and she'll say like, are we really saying it's okay, for the bathrooms to be the way? And it'd be like, girl, are you what's the issue you really talking about? Because somebody's just cussing you out and you're just grabbing this as a response for something. Or I went to the gynecologist and they called me pregnant person. And that was like 2 years long of a soliloquy.
My gynecologist called me late for dinner. Sorry,
that made no damn sense. Like, girl.
Soliloquy, that's great.
I just, so I just feel like we're seeing these people unravel, but I feel like, do we think it's going to be the end of Ana? Because I feel like it's fueling the people to follow her. Well, the right to follow her more.
I think they're trying to, like, there's only so much you can appeal to, say, progressives in the US as a market. And if you start appealing to a new demographic, which would be the center right to the right, you might find people who are interested in your content from that POV. I don't know to what degree of success, right? Like, I don't know if that is going to result in them becoming the centrist darling childs that they're trying to really carve a position out for themselves. But, I guess we'll see.
It's just, I think that Benjamin Dixon put it best on The Vanguard when he said, we need progressive media now more than ever.
Yeah.
Because we're facing actual fascism, and now is when they're choosing to buddy up with the fascists. And that's so dangerous. And it's not just dangerous because we're losing that resource, because I don't think there's any coming back from this. I think they're on a very clear trajectory. But, aside from us just losing that resource, they're also taking their progressive audience that trusts them, and they're moving them to the right. They're planting these seeds that maybe some transphobia is okay. Hysteria over crime is okay. Let's not talk about the systemic issues. And I think that that's really wrong, because they're basically conditioning their audience to be more reactionary and to be open to these right-wing talking points. So a lot of people will shift to the right with them, which really scares me, which is why I think that right now, I don't consider this drama anymore. I view it as a responsibility to call them out until nobody views them as left. So like Jimmy Dore, Dave Rubin, we all kind of focus on them. And then once it's pretty clear that they're not left-wing and people don't perceive them that way, we all move on. Because the goal, even though it's fun to dunk on them and, take shots at people who are stupid, the ultimate goal is to make sure that people understand that these are not left-wing actors, and what they say is not representative of the left. They don't embody the ideals of left-wingers. And we're not like trying to gatekeep, but the problem is that if you try to
I don't
sell
know,
reaction-
Mike. It sounds like you're trying to be the one true leftist, the Highlander of leftists.
God.
You know, that's what
Possibly.
it sounds like to me. Yeah, you're just trying to steal their audience.
Well, you know what? Let's just we'll steal that branding. Leftist Mafia, home of progressives.
No, winners and losers is the home of progressives. What if I like pulled a string and there's like a big curtain with a neon sign?
Come and take it from us. It's like cats of the flag.
By Polymarket.
I'm going to unionize the home of progressives, leftist mafia. If you guys keep it up, unionize the home of work. I've already done that once. I'm not doing that.
Studios.
Yeah.
I'm going to back up.
Cats of the flag.
By Polymarket Studios.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Sponsored by Polymarket Studios. So this is where this is where this thing, the capsaicin starts to burn the tongue. Let's go with.
Okay, I'm actually glad you brought that up.
Where the cinnamon milkshake starts to wrestle the nostrils into. I meant to say sinuses.
I didn't know this until I was covering that story, that they have not only been sponsored by them, they now call themselves like broadcasting live from Polymarket Studios. Matt Binder. As the expert.
I found out with you, Lance. I watched your video and I'm like, wait, they named their studio that?
I just seen that today.
They sold the studio naming rights as if they're like a sports arena, as if it's like
a stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cenk has this weird notion of incentivizing donations by naming the camera or the chair, this piece of paper I'm holding, my only large blue blazer, the only one I've had for several hundred years of the show. Get a tailor, Cenk. Jesus. Sorry, I don't mean to be judging a guy on his appearance. He could certainly criticize me on mine. I still wear the same hoodies I was wearing back in Chicago. I had to save up to buy shoes when I was working for him because my health insurance, I didn't have any. My costs were high. I was an independent contractor. I should not have been paying extra taxes. I had to struggle. That was difficult. It was a very difficult time.
like the crypto.
But oh yeah, so he like has this like you get to name this wall. There's there's this one thing at TYT that is a large like you get it from like a trophy store, where they make plaques that say like best spelling 7th graders, that shit. But they do big ones too. Like it's like, and so it's like a little engraved gold plates on this, probably brass, but on this big thing. And I hung it in the studio. It's like a big board. It's a pretty sizable. So we did a French cleat thing into the studs, and I remember being the guy there that knew how to do construction stuff as a woodworker, aquarium guy. But I also, yeah, okay. Sorry, I was about to go down that road. Let's just let them go. We're gonna try to get to 57. We're at 53. I mean, there's way more to do, but I was gonna jump to that, but we'll just let them rip because I think the Polymarket stuff is interesting.
The crypto.com
and relevant.
arena, or
well, more like the snake one. Okay, so can you
Sorry, did I say irrelevant? I meant relevant. Did I say relevant?
explain to people what Polymarket is, why it's actually kind of fucked to promote cryptocurrency gambling?
Well, yeah, it's. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't even need to be cryptocurrency related. Honestly, I think anyone espousing leftist politics promoting a gambling website, period, is kind of a very bizarre thing. Like, listen. I have no problem if people gamble. I think adults have a right to do what they want in terms of with their money. And
Great, there goes the pro-gambling left. What a maxima gamble.
Of spending their money on gambling, if that's what they want to do. But I'm not going to promote it. I'm not going to be.
I'm the rambling left.
Involved in doing that. The same way, like I would never promote crypto. Like, listen, if you are a world-class poker player, or you've figured out the secret sauce and went to buy and sell crypto, that's your deal. I'm not getting involved there. But at the same time, I'm not going to actively promote other people placing bets, throwing their money down on a craps table or whatever. Like, that's not what I think anyone who espouses left-wing politics should do. Like, I'm not knocking anyone. This is a business, obviously. I mean, not this. This is definitely not a business based on how much I make. But
I relate to that, homie. All right, so we're jumping ahead a little here. Just let's look at Emma's Facebook, Emma's post answering what the Vanguard tweeted, though. They just clipped this piece from this part. We're going to see this, so I'm not going to play it right now. But it's the one where Cenk insists that Emma pay her back in order to, like, assert that she's as culpable for her involvement with using Facebook because her boss made her post the reporting she was doing on Facebook as if that's as culpable as him accepting money from Peter Thiel to call himself to say he's at the Polymarket studios. And the funniest thing about all this is that he still has to say it. He's still contractually obligated to say Polymarket. Like, he kind of like he very much gets. You could feel the shame in his voice when he says it nowadays, it seems like, and I'm probably reading too much in that, but we'll see that again. But we're jumping ahead now. I was saying earlier I said 57. That's because I'm looking at a notes thing, but it's actually a little bit sooner than that. That's okay. Don't worry about that. We're just gonna play here. This will get us into some of this, and got some good stuff coming up. Even a little tea from Rebecca, by the way. That's gonna be interesting.
I, even as a business person, would not want to associate my business with gambling or cryptocurrency or anything that provides any sort of financial advice to people, because I think you're in sketchy ground once you do that. I mean, you are advocating that someone do something by with their money that they think they will in turn get them more money. And, you know, most people don't come out on top when it comes to this. Like, you know, gambling and investing, especially in cryptocurrency, if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to be the one who loses out. Like, someone's paying for the people who...
I put so much of my own money into this. It was a
Hawk to a
coin called
coin?
Hawk to a Coin. God damn it, Matt.
I knew you were
humor,
going...
always very good. But like, the house always wins. These places mess up people's lives. These gambling sites. They're not. It's not a service to the world. They're not doing good for anybody. They're making money by churning up people's interest in betting and gambling. You could argue you have fun. You could argue people are paying for entertainment. But on the whole, it's very well understood that a percentage of people are going to fall into gambling problems related to money, related to the addictive nature of gambling. And it can cause a tremendous amount of horror in their lives, and stress and strain and destruction, and lead to very bad outcomes. And this, not that this is what they're talking about here, but like this, the way sports betting seems to be totally integrated into the way that they're promoting and pushing it. And like, it just seems like yet more evidence of America's, I wouldn't say we were ever at any great height, but capitalism has to make more money. They have to figure out a way to squeeze more profits out of people. And where the sports world seems to used to have taken a stance against it, or at least wanted to maintain some degree of credible distance in order to not suggest that there's any kind of untowardness happening. They might catch a referee throwing a game or some scandal with some college athletes. And there was a documentary about those guys. I don't even remember what sport that was. Honestly, was that basketball? I think. So it's been a thing in the world, but now that's just like, they're like, well, can't beat them, join them. We'll just start advertising. We'll just get involved. And I'm sure a lot of the ownership structures behind these things are probably cross-pollinated greatly as well. But shout out to the Hawk to a joke here. Very nicely delivered. So well done.
I knew you were where you were.
Sorry, I had to go.
Yeah.
There.
I mean, I just think it is like, I just would not associate myself with it. And so if you don't know what Polymarket is, it's basically a site where you can make bets on basically anything. It blew up during the election, where you could place bets on who would win the election, who would win Senate races, who would win, what would the electoral
cryptocurrency bets on the genocide of Palestinians on Polymarket.
Yeah,
I kid you not. I went on there.
It's not surprising because you could,
and they have no scruples.
You can bet.
Like, it doesn't say.
You can bet on genocide outcomes. I mean, that's pretty gross, man. That's really fucking gross. Yeah, I don't think we have it queued up for today's episode. We might, yeah, I don't think it's in there. But Cenk on Haas on Thanksgiving was wearing a shirt that says ceasefire. It says cease and it's all fire. It's their shirt that trying to stop the ceasefire. $30, and they donate 10%. It says on their site to a Palestinian relief fund of some sort, which I believe that they do. I'm not doubting that they donate that money. But so they're selling the T-shirts. The shirt I designed for TYT, the blue Bernie T-shirt with the heart with the Band-Aid. That's me. I'm the one who did that, and I'm the one who made that commercial. That one sells for $28. So the ceasefire shirt sells for $30. So $3 gets donated. So the revenue after the donation is $27. I'll probably make this point again, but I think selling a T-shirt that you're certainly profiting. I don't think this T-shirt costs $27 to make. That's kind of gross to me. Why don't you just give all the profit if you're going to sell the T-shirts? You're making money off the genocide then, off the ceasefire T-shirt. I just think people need to point that out. Sorry, side note.
Like, will Palestine be genocide? It's like, do you think there will be a ceasefire in the next week to the Israel-Hamas war and things? And I was like, that's just so fucked up to place prop bets.
And
Wow.
And you use crypto to place your bets, and Peter Thiel is one of the backers of it. And I wouldn't do business with Polymarket.
Yeah, but Peter Thiel also funds Facebook. Do you use a Facebook, Matt?
It was funny because I was talking with. Do we have that clip? I would love to play it for people.
Apparently, Mike, you have a brand new clip in your DMs where Cenk has addressed this just as of an hour ago. So I haven't seen that fresh, but someone in chat has let you know.
Anyway, while you get that clip, I saw this clip really stuck out to me. So basically, Cenk is defending the Polymarket thing. Because he claims that, and I think he was going after Emma when he was talking about this. He said that Emma and other people use Facebook, and by using Facebook, which is backed by Peter Thiel.
While she was employed by them, by the way, she uploaded videos on Facebook on behalf of TYT.
Hold on, wait, don't play anything.
Okay.
It doesn't even matter if she was employed by TYT. There is a huge difference between using Facebook and accepting and going and doing a business deal with Polymarket. There's a huge difference. And honestly, when I saw him make that argument, I don't even think
I don't know. I mean, if I had a MySpace account where I would post the lyrics to Natalie Merchant songs a lot, never got anybody interested. And I think that's exactly the same as when Ask Jeeves paid me $600,000 to broadcast live from the Ask Jeeves studio, where I'm currently asking Jeeves. Now that contract only lasted a year, but my Natalie Merchant MySpace account and me taking Ask Jeeves money from Big Query, definitely exactly the same thing. And then he demanded she give a former worker, Emma Vigeland, pay Cenk back. He wanted money from her. Now, did he really think that? Of course no. But he didn't suddenly say, "Oh, I was just kidding." He thought he was making a good point.
Bad faith argument. I think it is an encapsulation of how little he thinks of the TYT audience to make that argument.
So this is the stuff that I was making. This is exactly the same point I was making about Cenk denying being a union buster. He must think his audience is fucking stupid. He does not respect them if he believes that when he says he's not a union buster that he's telling the truth. Now in that case, they might not know the evidence, and he knows they don't have the evidence. Hansi says, "What evidence?" Hansi says, "But there's tons of evidence." Cenk goes, "What evidence?" And then proceeds to speak about it to say that because they have a union, they couldn't possibly be a union buster. Oh, and by the way, if he was, people should be angry anyway, which I think I might have it queued up. So let's jump over to Da Vinci here. All right, so this is not fully edited, so take that for what it is. I might make this a separate clip or put this on Twitter or something. I put a very short version of it on my Twitter with no text. I probably should have added some text to it that Matt Bender might want to see or something like that. So here's Cenk saying that. Now, I apologize since I feel like I should show you the entire thing and then do it. But we're going to let Matt react, and then we'll jump back to the Leftist Mafia just to see what they're saying. Because I think this is a critical detail here. For Cenk to make this crazed case about Emma using Facebook as part of her job being the same thing as him taking money from Peter Thiel, and therefore she owes him money and should pay him back, is completely outrageous, completely absurd. Really gives you a sense of who this guy what kind of character he has and what he thinks about his audience. Matt lays it out really well, and this exact same thing applies to the Union Buster stuff that we're also going to watch real quick.
Did anybody ever use Facebook? I know Emma did, because she used to make videos for us on Facebook. Emma, I can't believe you work with Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel funded organization Facebook. Hey, give me all that money back from all of your videos on Facebook, because Peter Thiel financed Facebook. You gonna do that? No, you're not gonna do that, right?
To make that argument, you must think your audience is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
You must think they are idiots. That you would make that argument and think that the people consuming your content, the people listening to what you're saying, would believe that you're making a good point.
Emma, I can't believe you work with Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel funded organization Facebook. Hey, give me all that money back.
You must think your viewers are fucking morons to make that argument.
All back in the studio here, Polymarket Studios in LA.
Thoughts and prayers.
Listen to how he says Polymarket. Oh, I feel my soul. What little I have left of my dignity is just Polymarket.
All back in the studio here, Polymarket Studios in LA.
Thoughts and prayers.
Look, the last thing is about Peter Thiel. So apparently he put money into Polymarket, right? So that people are holding that against us. Now, I didn't know that when we did the deal, but does it matter? I'm going to say something revolutionary. No, it doesn't matter. Why?
Why is that revolutionary, by the way? This is kind of the most of the clip anyway that you're seeing here. If you look at the clip here, there's this blue and green. Why is that revolutionary to be like, no, taking money from Peter Thiel? What? Is that what's revolutionary? Is a billionaire buying your studio naming rights so that for a year you have to call your studio the billionaire's illegal gambling website studios? That's what's revolutionary? He thinks revolutionary means just like being what's the word I'm looking for? Like anti, like saying no, like standing up against authority or something like that. But him saying no in any situation doesn't therefore make every time you use the concept of no a revolutionary act. Particularly not a Wharton Business School graduate who co-ops revolutionary language with Rebellion Pack, Rebel HQ, Cavalry Pack. I feel like there's another pack I'm forgetting. Wolf Pack that sort of appeals to the idea of a union of wolves, the crew all looking out for each other. I didn't experience anything like that. I felt like I was being fed to the wolves working for TYT, run by a corporate health insurance executive guy. I experienced whatever he thinks he's talking about. It's because it's fucking marketing to him. They were making a film called Road to Revolution. They had made little pieces of it, like about different candidates. I think Nina Turner's one of them. I want to say Jessica Cisneros, maybe even Paula Jean Swearingen. You can find those on the TYT channel. It's got like yellow text branding. Road to Revolution, about his campaign to become a congressperson. And they shelved it because if you did that documentary, and by the way, guys, I'll make it. Let's fund it. Let's make a documentary. I'm a good editor. I know the story probably better than anybody else you could find. And let's talk about the union busting. Wouldn't it be funny if the movie goes like the final third becomes meetings with Cenk and the union busting law firms and his team of corporate dipshits up in his executive stable doing union busting? You had to stop making a documentary called Road to Revolution because you started union busting. I am making some presumptions in that comment, but let's keep going. I'm going to say something revolutionary.
When we did the deal, but does it matter?
Oh yeah, he didn't know. Why would you do any due diligence? Where if you're going to levy the criticism at Dave Rubin and Tim Pool, I don't know if he's specifically, but everybody, this tenant media thing with this money flowing in and those guys saying, I didn't know where that money was coming from, $100,000 for 4 videos or for a week or for 1 video a week or something. And then Cenk was criticizing Dave Rubin for that. And now here he is saying, and this is before, but I'm just saying, like, does that standard not apply to your sponsors? Why just to Dave Rubin? Great point, Hank.
Yes, now I didn't know that when we did the deal, but does it matter? I'm going to say something revolutionary. No, it doesn't matter. Why?
It's revolutionary to take money from billionaires running gambling sites where you can gamble on the outcomes of genocides.
Why? Okay, Peter Thiel also financed PayPal. Did anybody ever use PayPal? If you did, guilty.
Okay. You're guilty. You use PayPal, guilty. The same as guilt that he is. He's trying to say I'm not guilty is his point. He doesn't think he's guilty. Not that I'm even couching it in terms of guilt or innocence.
Hold on. Okay, Peter Thiel also financed Facebook. Did anybody ever use Facebook? I know Emma did because she used to make videos for us on Facebook. Emma, I can't believe you work with Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel funded organization Facebook. Hey, give me all that money back.
It doesn't even matter if she was employed by TYT. There is a huge difference between using Facebook.
I'm so angry, I'm zooming in.
Accepting and going and doing a business deal with Polymarket. There's a huge difference. And honestly, when I saw him make that argument, I don't even think it's a bad faith argument. I think it is an encapsulation of how little he thinks of the TYT audience. To make that argument, you must think your audience is fucking stupid.
Here's the union busting question. Keep in mind what Matt Binder just said about how Cenk thinks of his audience.
You know, by the way, you're so pro-worker, right? Then why is your ex-staff accusing you of being a union buster then?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'll answer all these. Even though, so this is just random.
Are you a union buster?
No, I'm definitely not a union buster. So,
there's evidence that proves otherwise, though.
What evidence? All right, brother, you've had a nice run. Bye-bye.
Panic hangs up. Doesn't want to be held accountable.
Okay, so, but let me address that because I know I'm going to get crank calls when you do random callers, and I know that they're going to try to bring up stuff. Wow, oh wow.
Wow. Is there any kind of like verifiable truth that's possible with a situation that was very well documented in which some guy spent fucking 3 years making sure people can see a nicely edited video about?
So, guys, we busted the union so hard here that there's a union here.
See, how could it possibly have busted a union? All they did was do captive audience meetings, fire a person from the bargaining unit the morning after the boss's election loss, which is incredibly ethically dubious on its face, withheld raises and bonuses, told workers in emails that the union busting or accepting the union might destroy the company, told workers in emails that they might have to fire people in order to give them raises if they did have the union. Hired union busting law firms, rejected card check, 2 NLRB cases. It's all over the place. The government told you to put up a sign that says, I'll stop doing union busting. And he has the temerity to act like because the union busting failed, that it's not union busting, that he's not a union buster.
But are you in the union?
And then puts 2 guys who are in the union on the spot under direction of their boss.
In the union, look at that. Oh, that's so weird. John, you in the union?
Yes, I am.
Huh. They appear to be entirely unbusted. So, guys, this is a thing that happened 4 years ago.
It's in the past.
Oh my God, they're the union busters, etc. We had union came in, IATSE. We had negotiations. It was the most lovely, peaceful, amicable negotiations you've ever seen in your life.
18 months negotiation is itself a union busting tactic. It's drawing it out. To be fair, COVID was kicking in. COVID was just getting really ramped up in the middle of union busting. That might have added some complexity. Let's be honest. I mean, let's at least acknowledge that nuance. But like an 18-month negotiation process is you trying to wear them out yet again, slowing things down. They can get burnt out. The union can decide to pull back if they choose. If the workers get fed up with that, people might give up and leave, move on to some other work. Maybe that's a way of doing that as well. And bonus, you don't got to pay union rates for those 18 months. So let's quit acting like this was, the IATSE came in, they were all friendly. Blah, blah, blah. Then why did you lie about it when you came forward about the union in the ratification video and called it a bumpy start? That's in the film. That didn't show any kind of honesty or care for your or respect for your audience.
We have great health care here. We have really good benefits.
Really? Great healthcare, good benefits. Do I need to keep repeating myself? I don't have it all queued up. I don't want to switch over. I'll probably ruin it. No, I'm not saying you're whatever. I'm not arguing with whether you think it's great or not. I'm saying that you went out. Let me quote saying you. Cenk went out of his way to make sure I didn't get health insurance or benefits. Switched me to part-time temporary while I'm working 40 hours a week. Ooh, I got enrolled in the 401k or the fucking investment thing. Auto-enrolled in some stupid investment bullshit that had the employer contribution of 0. I cashed it out eventually for like $80. I think it was $140 total, and they were dinging me for $5 a month when I finally cashed it out. So my benefit was that I got to give some financial company $60. Something like that. I'm just saying, like, this is nonsense.
And then we had our union. So
just like
and
magic.
The thing is, everyone.
It's not like your workers had to have secret conversations. It's not like I had to live with stress throughout my entire time there before I decided to finally do something about it. And the only thing that gave me any feeling of hope, of having a hope for dignity in my workplace, while I was struggling with a very and still am quite truly with a mental health space that requires a ton of maintenance, that requires a ton of energy. My fucking autistic hypermind. I've had all kinds of issues my entire life. As I was in the meat of in the deepest, darkest spot of that, all I wanted to do was be a good video editor, come to work, do a good job, so I wouldn't lose my job, not cause issues with my coworkers because I tend to hyper obsess over stuff. And I had to start a union to try to go to a doctor at this motherfucker's company. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I withdraw the with motherfucker. That is name calling. I shouldn't be doing that. My bad. I'm sorry, boss.
Has different version of me in their mind, right? Based on whatever crazy crap that they saw online.
Mm-hmm.
So people
like the NLRB notice that the government sent to him and that they were forced to mail to former employees. That's the crazy crap.
That guy's totally out of control in 1,000 different ways, right? He just wanted to say every negative thing in the world. I still literally don't know which side he's on or what he's for, other than just being angry. And then I thought it was fairly amusing overall. But for people who actually think that we busted a union and there's no union here.
Nobody thinks that that's what happened. Busting a union does not mean there is no union. It means you went out of your way to stop it using centuries-old union busting tactics that have been developed by your vampire cohort. Wharton School graduate, same school as Donald Trump and Elon Musk and any other number of union busters.
Yeah, I can see why they'd be angry, but it's not true.
I could see why they'd be angry, he says. So he's admitting that if he is indeed a union buster, a proper response would be anger. I think that's worth noting for TYT viewers that might not be totally where I'm at with this. Not that I'm expecting you to like line up or something, but I think TYT audience should be asking him about it. I would want to know, what's this freaking guy doing with his 3-hour podcasts that are impossible to get through because he keeps getting distracted? What's he talking about with that fantastically edited video that does actually have a few problems that I got to fix? There's a spelling mistake in a really important one too, in a part where I did it once and I never looked at it again.
And so, but I gave up caring about that stuff because there's literally millions of people who believe terrible things about me that aren't even anywhere near true. So what am I gonna do? Fucking internet, you know what I'm saying?
Fucking internet.
Okay. So, all right, let's try another.
that laugh is so phony. Look at the background though. I do like, why did it go, did the adjustment layer? Did I remove the adjustment? What the fuck? Goddamn DaVinci. Why is it snapping past the green one? Why is it skipping over V2? Yeah, this is some glow stuff on there. I drew the sort of shadow bit there. Kind of fun. I'm really liking DaVinci getting a little bit better. Yeah, see, that's the blur adjustment layer. If you turn it off, it turns clean. Although the background is that's to go into different mode. Uh-oh. I've gone in. Okay. All right. Let's go back to one more time.
Yeah, I can see why they'd be angry, but it's not true.
It's not true. That's a lie. It's true. It's not alleged union busting. It's fucking exactly what happened. So just to reiterate, when Cenk says that's not true, if you don't want to believe me, maybe the workers themselves deserve to have their voice heard. Cold Feet Uygur continues to deny being a union buster. This is another thing he tweeted in response to someone saying, "Accept your employees forming a union, LOL." Above this was something about how he's given people opportunities and they haven't been decent or grateful. Just whining like he's the victim in the story. And he writes, "This is part of what I'm talking about. We have a union at TYT. It's IATSE, and we had 2 very amicable negotiations and have a great relationship with them. But so many good people think we busted the union because people who worked here just brazenly lie about it." What's brazen? Do I need to do it in Dave Rubin's voice for you to pay attention? Hey, Jake, what's brazen about? Tell me one thing I've lied about, Dave. Dave, sorry, I didn't mean to call you Dave. So here's TYT Workers. The word union busting is on here twice. I could have done this in Photoshop, but highlighting on a Chrome, they only let you do one thing at a time. Cenk Uygur and the Young Turks, Inc. are fighting against us with age-old union-busting tactics. We already did this in the first part of this podcast. Attempting to force a do-over election on the company's terms. Holding a captive audience meeting. They're illegal now. Firing a union supporter for quote-unquote creating a hostile work environment. They didn't mention withholding raises and bonuses. They didn't. This was done before the emails that went out. 2 NLRB cases. Join us in demanding an end to the senseless union busting, says the workers at the Young Turks. Here's if you were to sign the petition, this is what goes out. Dear Mr. Uygur and executives of the Young Turks production and post-production workers at TYT voted to form a union by card authorization vote. We stand with the TYT crew. Union busting has no place in the home of progressives. We call on you to undo your retaliatory actions, grant card check, and recognize the TYT crew's union. And so, as Matt Bender says,
you must think your audience is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
You must think they are idiots that you would make that argument and think that the people consuming your content, the people listening to what you're saying, would believe that you're making a good point. The idea that using a platform just as a user is the same as doing a business deal with a company, like actually doing
a branded sponsorship, like a stadium.
Branded sponsorship deal. You must think your viewers are fucking morons to make that argument. You really must think that little of them. If I ever spoke to any of you guys like that, I would want you to fucking cancel me, okay? Because it would
speak
show
like that to us all the time.
How little
No,
I
literally. Just kidding.
Oh, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about the audience.
hilarious misunderstanding.
No,
Yes.
what
Yes.
Jake said was very much the same energy of like, for example, oh, you care about Congo. Why do you own an iPhone? Oh,
Exactly.
it's the same energy. Like, oh, you care that I use Polymarket, but you have a Facebook account. Gotcha. You know,
Like, I agree with her, but it's worse. Like, he demanded she give him money. You know what I mean? She's talking about Cenk saying, you use Facebook. He said, you use Facebook, give me money. That's so much worse. So yeah, I just appreciated the directness of Matt Bender's quote there. Let's play it ahead a little bit more.
it doesn't work that way.
I don't care. I don't care if Cenk uses
Live in a
Polymarket.
society, TM.
I don't care.
I
don't
do
care.
though, because
Cenk-
he has 6
No,
million subscribers on YouTube. Like, that's a lot of influence.
Listen. I don't care if Cenk personally in his spare time takes weekend flights every fucking Friday night to Las Vegas and throws down all of his money on a poker table and does it every single weekend, and that's where his current source of revenue is. I don't care what he personally does. I care that he is promoting this to his audience.
Right, which was my point.
Yeah, that's true. I get it.
Yep. All right. Let's jump ahead here. We got a couple more and I'm going to push through. I definitely want to end the show, but I'm going to keep going. We're going to go to 105. Lance says something about the Nazi stuff, this is just one of the weirder things of this whole affair is Cenk has decided that Lance called him a Nazi or something. I've also heard him say, this wasn't even in that big bonus show or where they called everybody out, that Sam Cedar, that didn't say directly, it said something like alleged I was like a Nazi. He's obviously dialed in on something. I'd be curious to hear what the actual audio is. I very much don't think Sam Cedar was just calling Cenk a Nazi somehow. There's probably nuance to this, to whatever it is. But Lance has been catching this for a long time, this whole Nazi thing, which is super goofy. I have a kind of a concept of it, but let's play it a little bit and get ahead here, or let's get into it a little bit.
It's the same. It's the same with Cenk saying that I call him a Nazi all the time. I've never called him a Nazi once. I've never said that word. You know, it's a very weird thing to keep hearing. It's Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. I was like, I've never used that word.
Yeah. So hop over to Da Vinci. Oh, God damn it! All right, we're gonna we're in Da Vinci now. We're gonna watch Cenk bring up Lance. There's other examples. I didn't look super hard, but this is from Thanksgiving, and this is that T-shirt I was telling you about. I might, if I get to it in the edit, I'll put it on screen during the edit. But here's his ceasefire shirt, $30, 10% goes to the cause. I assume the rest of it goes to profit and expenses. I think that's fucking gross to profit off of that. But hey, maybe it makes a difference. Who am I to say? I didn't go to the Wharton Business School. Let's first listen to Hasan, and then we'll jump ahead a little, and then we'll come back, and we're just having fun.
I'm very understanding. Shocking agreement. I agree. There's 13 douchebags online. That's what I said from day one.
I know, but why the fuck would you ever hyper focus on people like that?
Look, no. So you might be doing the right thing. Hold on.
You're doing the Bill Maher thing. You're demanding that there needs to be a sister
bullshit.
No, you're doing the Sister Soldier moment.
No, bullshit.
No, you're trying to.
So the minute we said the most reasonable things on earth, which you now agree with apparently, then what happened? It wasn't just the 13 douchebags online. And by the way, everybody said, no, those 13 douchebags represent all the left. You're not on the left anymore because the 13 douchebags control the left.
That's right. I have a T-shirt that says that you're not on the left anymore because those 13 douchebags. That would be a funny T-shirt.
And then what happened next? Then Majority Report jumped in, and Lance from the Serfs, and all the other little dirtbags jumped in, and they were like, "No, Cenk and Ana are turning right. The 13 douchebags are right. We need to protect every trans person should get free surgery. We got even in China. Even though we have nothing to do with China.
China. What the fuck? Like, this is a grown adult. This guy behaves like that. I thought I was like a strange, immature, uncontrollable, psychopathic maniac who is unemployable and deserving of nothing even warmer than a barely heated up microwave oven burrito. I somehow was trying to think of how to say I don't deserve hugs. But here's Cenk again, bringing up the Nazi stuff. We'll just start back a little bit then. So might as well torture ourselves some more.
Or whatever, like the media representation of the left is.
They're not the left. I'm the left.
Okay.
No,
100%.
100%. This is a union busting left.
You agree with that?
Okay. Please, just listen.
Because we have to.
But you're not the singular force.
The idiots are making everyone think they are the left.
I don't know. It's so shallow. It's just so subsurface. I am the left. They think they are making others think they are the left. Like he has this claim to being the left. Actually, back in the Leftist Mafia, we have a good point from Matt Bender. We're gonna get back to.
They're like, we're the left. We're the real left. Okay, we are super extreme. We want free surgeries for every criminal. Yes, we're.
That's right. We want free surgeries for criminals. I literally do. I don't think we should be charging criminals for surgeries. I don't think anybody should pay for surgery. Universal health care, Cenk. Cenk wasn't even for paid surgeries for his own fucking workers. We had to start a union to try to be able to, for one of us to be able to go to the doctor.
The left and Nazi. And Haas, what happens? People think they are the left. So if you say you're right, yes, we're the
he's being called Nazis.
Left and Nazi. And Haas, what happens? People think they
Watch
are.
Haas's face when he does this. Watch him just. He's been cringing in pain the entire time, but the Nazi one really hurts.
The left and Nazi. And Haas, what happens? People think they are the left. So if you say you're right, Cenk, those are the extreme.
If people think those dirt bags, those 13 douchebags. By the way, are we I don't even know if I'm in the 13. I doubt it. But as a douchebag is a clean bag, isn't it a cleaning product? That contrasts with dirt bag. A dirt bag being the opposite of a douchebag. So which is it, Cenk? Why don't you show some intellectual consistency? Mother friendler? Is friendlers better than fucker, right?
Idiot left.
I don't think that
Backing up a little bit.
Idiot left.
I don't
and
think
you
that
are
they're
the
the
left,
extreme-
and I'm okay.
No, I don't think those are the extreme idiot left. I think that there is going to be a diversity of thought in any issue that people have, and it's a matter.
No, I
of-
disagree. I think it should be boiled down to just panicky screaming, hysterical whining and screaming stuff that's not remotely sensible or even something a person who respects an audience or themselves, frankly, would ever say. Let's jump over now, though. See this thing I activated? Boom, boom, boom. It's Lance from the Serfs watching Cenk Uygur look at his nephew who has more money, more influence, more power, more fame, much more success, far more attractive. I don't even know if it's a little weird to even bring up the notion of attractiveness. He's also taller. Here's Lance watching Cenk talk about this stuff. So this isn't gonna keep pace because Lance will pause and then
Ones
watch.
that
So
even
here's Lance.
ones that even
Oh shit! Let me turn off this one.
pertain to trans rights. It literally doesn't matter. People get very passionate, understanding. I'm very
It's
understanding.
shocking agreement. I agree. There's
I
13
understand-
douchebags
I understand-
online. That's what
but
I said from day one.
I know, but why the would you ever hyper focus on
Okay, but
people
Haas,
like
because
that?
you look, no. So you might be
No,
doing the
you're
right
doing-
thing. Hold on.
You're doing
You
the
on
Bill
your
Maher
show-
thing.
No,
You're
bullshit,
demanding that there needs sisters.
Bullshit.
You're
Hold
doing
on,
the
let me
Sister
explain.
Soldier moment.
No,
That's it.
bullshit.
No, you're
okay,
trying to.
So the minute we said the most reasonable things on earth, which you now agree with apparently, then what happened? It wasn't just the 13 douchebags online. And by the way, everybody said, no, those 13 douchebags represent all the left. You're not on the left anymore because the
I love that part because that's that's a tactic that a lot of people use where it's just like, oh, so you agree with me in totality for everything I think and say. And it's like, no, I don't agree with what you were saying at all. I'm just saying that maybe you shouldn't try and turn your own personal grievances into the cause, right? Like we were having a discussion about issues before, especially related to minority groups, and now you're turning this into the 13 douchebags discussion. We can, compartmentalize this. We could just.
It is a magical number of douchebags. Let's be clear.
Move the discussion now onto the 13 douchebags, if that's what you want to talk about.
The 13 douchebags marching home to live in a tree with their princess.
13 douchebags control the left. And then what happened next? Then Majority Report jumped in, and Lance from the Serfs, and all the other little dirtbags jumped in, and they were like, no, Cenk and Ana are turning right. The 13 douchebags are right. We need to protect every trans person should get free
listen,
surgery.
we got
Even in China.
Lance is laughing at you, Cenk.
That's my favorite part. Even in China. Who said that? Where does that one come from? That's the one where I'm just like, wait, what? Who do you think was telling you you're a bad person? Why? What do you disagree with? The fact that you're not willing to talk about trans rights in China and how they have more trans rights than you do in China. Yeah, that's a real thing that I care about and have said multiple times, Cenk.
Nothing to do with China.
You gotta
we
stop.
hate them. They're Nazis.
You got to okay.
I mean, I'm 100% right. Every
You
dirtbag
gotta-
show did it.
you got-
You're 100% insane. I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you referencing? I love this clip so much because I'm so confused. Dude. Where is this coming from? I just want to know who said what when and where he's associating that with everybody else and what clip really pissed him off.
Every dirtbag show did it. Tell me I'm wrong.
This is reframing an issue that is now we've moved away from the.
That's a perfect name for the Leftist Mafia, the 13 douchebags. We're not 13, the 6 douchebags we could do.
Oh, come on. Believe in yourself. You can be 13 douchebags if you want. All right. Goodbye, Da Vinci. Let's hopefully slowly bring up the fucking... What? Oh, it's got to be like up? This is... I don't podcast enough to even have my system working. All right. One more time with Lance expressing his confusion, befuddlement, as if you were, about this whole thing.
It's the same. It's the same with Cenk saying that I call him a Nazi all the time. I've never called him a Nazi once. I've never said that word. You know, it's a very weird thing to keep hearing. It's Nazi. I was like, I've never used that word.
I
lied.
We make this disclaimer every single week. So if she
Right.
goes on
Right.
saying like we've literally given this disclaimer every single week.
I think the vast majority of people in prison should not be there. That does not mean there are people who don't deserve some sort of punishment.
Okay, so all right, so the part that Binder's referring to there with the nuance of crime and stuff is like this claim that Cenk makes a lot that the left doesn't believe in crime. He says that all the time. He does this Nazi thing. So I think that these are kind of connected. That's why I'm bringing this up now. When he says the Nazi thing, and I'm not sure if this is completely calculated in his mind, but a lot of right-wingers, that word is overused. That word is being bandied about quite a lot. And unfortunately, though, I don't think it's necessarily inappropriate to be resurfacing. Not that it ever went away, but some of its use is inaccurate. Some of its use is probably not helpful. But a lot of times, too, we are reeling from the same issues that drove European nations to have their wars for capitalist dominance, the World War I and World War II, a 1-2 hit of battles between these conquering colonial powers. And the Nazis became an incredibly important part of this whole story, obviously, the way we're, especially in terms of what history we're allowed to learn in this country. It's really shameful, and it's a sad indictment of Western society, European society, American society, our world, that we're still facing a resurgence of people who espouse Nazi-adjacent, Nazi-like principles. You don't even, the less you use the word, but if you can speak with clarity about the reliance on violence and the capitalism is essentially, fascism is essentially like the locust form of capitalism. Like it's when capital feels threatened. It's also been described as like when the precepts of colonialism turned inwards. It's scary that we are facing right-wing upswells of dictators, and especially in this technological era with the internet, with algorithms, with what Elon Musk is doing in government right now is absolutely horrifying. Somehow this guy just gets to run the society because he bought his way in. It's so weird. It's so strange, and completely inappropriate to say the least. But anyway, let me get to the point. Jesus Christ. When a lot of right-wingers are called Nazis, people are using, like I said, this word's flying around. When Cenk complains about being called a Nazi, effectively, functionally, he is commiserating with the unfairness of it, because a lot of right-wingers don't feel they deserve to be called that word. Some of them might openly embrace it, perhaps. But generally, it's an insult. And what Cenk is basically doing is saying to that audience, they call me a Nazi too. He's not talking to the left when he's saying that. He's talking to the right when he's saying that. It's a little too simplistic, left-right, but he is giving people who are on the receiving end of that word in some way, and they associate with it, maybe not directly, maybe it's through their parasocial media relationships that they're consuming. We're all sort of getting dialed in on that, which I don't think is healthy. But it signals to them a very clear signal. This is more than a whistle, meaning it's not as subtle as a whistle, like a dog whistle especially. Those are the subtle whistles. That I am not necessarily saying he's one of them, but he's saying you can relate to me because I also am unfairly called a Nazi a lot. And this connects to this thing that Matt Binder just said about the crime thing, which is when Cenk says the left doesn't believe in crime, and they completely mischaracterize and totally strawman what prison abolition means. They had Ole Alurimi on for an interview like a couple years ago, were really condescending to her and didn't show her any respect. She's a public defender in New York and a really brilliant person who deserves to have her perspective listened to and respect and heeded, I should say, or at least included in your own analysis. But to constantly just describe the left as not believing in crime, which is a complete ridiculous straw man. The effect of that, though, is a different audience, because people listening to this right now are probably lefties on my side of the aisle, right? You're probably kind of hearing that. You're probably used to hearing this conversation being had. But when he says they don't believe in crime, what he's doing is saying he's validating your belief in crime. See what I mean? those right-wing audiences hear him say they don't believe in crime, and they don't necessarily think that that sounds ridiculous. What they're hearing is we do. We aren't being lied to by our media about crime, but the left clearly is. They don't even believe in crime. He's validating them. He's assigning a cultural grain, a cultural kind of flavor to himself. Like when you hunt deer, this is a bad analogy because it's about shooting animals. I don't mean it that, but like you can rub deer piss on you. You can buy like deer scent so that they don't know that you're a human. Not that I think this is a terrible analogy. My point is though that he is signaling to them that he is one of them. He's validating their belief in crime. That's what the purpose of that is, more than it is to try to persuade anybody that the left doesn't believe in crime. Unless you're just somebody who, you know, takes things at such surface level face value, in which case that's not a very deep look into things. You might be just new at politics if that's your analysis. But anyway, I was a little clumsy with how I expressed that but I've been thinking about that a bunch. So let's jump ahead though. Okay. Matt Bender makes a great point about TYT that I kind of understand.
I saw some people in the chat saw me going meh when you guys were talking about you know, TYT being what they were. I mean they were because they were early to it, but honestly, you know, early on, I would say a lot of times when you know, TYT would be used as like the stand-in for like the voice for progressives because they were you know, so influential early on. Honestly, I was kind of embarrassed that they were the flag bearer, because I don't think I honestly like, okay, there are good people on the show. A lot of them came later, let's be honest. They weren't.
Yeah, I kind of get that. I mean, I never necessarily thought TYT was the flag bearer, and I'm a guy who moved across the country to go work at the company in order to try to, you know, contribute to the project and build out my comedy career somehow in LA or whatever, and open it up for an adventure. But like very much they were positioned, and I think that's also sort of what's we're witnessing these days, or at least the last few years, is this like fading relevance, this attempt to regain some sort of privileged place in the lefty sphere. For a long time they were an MCN, like Majority Report was under their label, sort of, so to speak. Kyle Klinsky was under their MCN, multi-channel network. It's sort of, I don't know if that still exists. I don't know, it probably does in some form or another, but it was a very like a big part of like these companies that just sort of hoovered up YouTube channels and then like made a cut of their thing and allowed them to sort of promote underneath their label. I was actually in the for SuckProfessor was under Maker briefly for a couple years. Actually, we were on the lowest tier of their interest. And then like Machinima was another one. I was never interested. They were never interested in my shit, but like that's another big MCN. My point is though that TYT was an MCN for these channels that are now calling them out. And I do think there's a big degree of interpersonal kind of loyalty demanding and not seeing the loyalty, and like, hey, dumb fuck, you're on the left. The part of the problem the left has is it's not that they're not loyal to their friends and comrades who fight for stuff together. There's a tremendous amount of solidarity there, but you guys want loyalty when what you need is solidarity. You see what I mean? Like, we do solidarity, man. We don't do fucking loyalty. Blind loyalty especially. That's where you expect people to just be grateful. This is that, I don't have the tweet, but it's the one that was above the one where Cenk was lied about being a union buster that we showed, where he expressed that people who he's given opportunities showed him no decency or respect or something like that. Like as if you being an employer required that the money that they earned for you, that you returned back to them in a small percentage of the money that they brought to you, you gave them back as their own wage. I gotta quit doing the you thing. It's just weird to start talking directly to Cenk. But that you expect loyalty from that. And so they're hurt by that lack of loyalty and that dominance. Cenk is a dominance thinker. He doesn't do trust. He does dominance. I think that's a thing in terms of the kind of relationship you expect as a capitalist or as someone who comes from this hyper-competitive, business-brained world. And I'm saying that because I've researched it's partly going to be in the film about what's next for TYT. There's this one moment in a Rick Sanchez interview from a few years ago. He goes, you know, well, what's next for TYT? And Cenk is like, what's next is we're going to dominate. It was just like, what? And it's even recently heard him say stuff about becoming the biggest media company in America. Like, are you kidding me? But he has this notion of dominance, of like this kind of people like Cenk, the kinds who will say that capitalism works because human nature is greed. They're the ones who also lean on dominance as a model for relationship. That's just fucking colonialist brain bullshit. These are the type of people we need unions to push back against. Kind of sounds like the type of person that would hire somebody, not give them benefits, and then switch their classification to another no benefits classification in order to make use of their labor, excellent labor, by the way, and not have to pay out what they deserve. And then they unionize to fight it, and then you lie about that person and say that they were tricked by your political opponents. Like, it's just so that there's a lot to be said for I think this sort of dominance and interpersonal crisis stuff. And like Emma said it once, and I couldn't find it. I was prepping for a different show or for this show, but I decided to put it off to later. But it was some of the Majority Report stuff. I haven't been able to find her saying it, but she talked about, this came up with an IM or something, and she said something about like, these relationships for her are based on shared values. That's very true for me as well. And like, if those values shift and they move substantially, I know I'm kind of going off of what Emma said. I don't remember precisely, but that those relationships are conditional. Therefore, they don't last when the values change, as they shouldn't. That's important. People who don't believe in full human rights for everybody are not someone I want to be friends with in terms of values, right? Wasting my time on that. I might try to talk to that person or persuade them or have an honest conversation or something. But anyway, I just thought that this was a interesting point that Bender made about that. So we're almost done. I really want to be done. I'm so eager to eat, and I got to clean up a bunch of cat stuff. Actually, I got to get ready for tomorrow. This is the last night I'm going to make dinner for the kitty cat, and boy, I'm grateful for it. I'll probably feel sad too. Tomorrow's going to be stressful. I just want it over with. I want to be done because I'm going to be fucking freaking out. I cry so easy. Humanist Report says something here, and then we jump to the happy ending that we're all going to finish with, which I'm excited about. I teased it at the very beginning, but I want to hear this now.
It's exactly, it's wrestling.
Well,
it's really,
and it's not just drama though. To be fair, like, people like the spectacle and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, people are processing this at the same time. People are really painful or really hurt, because it's painful to see somebody that you looked up to take this trajectory. I watched TYT since 2008. So even though like I eventually was part of the network, it's still sad to see their downfall, because
he was part of the MCN and he had a falling out in the last few years, actually.
Once really respected them. That's just sad.
I'm gonna back
so
up.
I
10 seconds.
8. So even though like I eventually was part of the network, it's still sad to see their downfall, because I once really respected them. That's just sad. So I get where people are coming from. Like, they actually feel disappointed, especially like as Ben
I
said.
get that defense.
As Ben said, they're the biggest progressive. They were the biggest progressive news network, and now we don't have that.
They were, and he even talked about when we were working with them, like it or not, was tied with them for that second, and they decided to try to not, pay us. And Ben talked about it on the Vanguard. So I'm free to say it. So with our show, and because they tried to lowball us or treat us like, and I don't like when people, again, see people's work and know their work and know what they're capable of and know who they are in the space and how respected they are in the space, and then be like, yeah, but we want the work, but we're not going to pay you. And so he talked about that. He talked about how he felt like they were trying to disrespect him. So he said, yeah, I'm going to move on. I'm not going to sign a contract with you guys, and I'm going to move on. So seeing how a lot of people were attached to them, and a lot of the people's testimonials and stuff from coming from over there, and who worked over there. This is straight from their mouths. They're saying how, you know, what happened, how they felt, and it's hurting people, but I think it's also giving us a realization of who these people really are. So, because people like to hold on to these people as if they are activists and as if they are for you, but as we were talking about on the last episode, your favorites sometimes are not really there for you. They're there for the coin. And
boy, does that really hit hard
And-
with working at the company for no health care and no bonus like that. I know I'm a broken record, but good God, she really hits it there with that. And she talked about Ben Dixon, and he went on the Vanguard and shared a little about his relationship with TYT. They did a show called, I think they still do their show, Like It or Not. I know Ben's shows have moved around a little bit in the last few years. I just mean that they like a lot of media companies and media enterprises, they're trying new things and stuff. I don't mean that as a judgment or a non-judgment. What am I even saying? I just want to hear what Ben has to say about his time working with TYT.
I tend to hold a little bit of reservation for people I've worked with professionally. I did work with TYT professionally, but not for a long time. And the reason I stopped working with them is a story to be told in and of itself. They weren't doing right about some things, and so I just decided, hey, I can do bad by myself. You know, I didn't want to be in a contract where they would be making money off of me on all the platforms, but only paying me for one platform. And as I brought that up to their attention, they were like, well, that's just kind of how we do it. And I said, that's not how I do it. So my time with them didn't really last a long time. It was cool to get that kind of exposure. But, I've, ask anyone that I've ever worked with, like, if we're going to do things right, we're going to do things right. I'm not, I don't sell out for money, and I certainly won't sell out for less money. Like, you're not going to be making money off of me on YouTube and not paying me for what I do on YouTube. That's just my little personal issue with them. But I never said anything about that for the last 2 years. This is literally the first time I've ever even said this publicly. And that's just kind of my first salvo, because they need to be going after. I consider TYT to be the biggest traitors to progressivism, period, right? For years, people donated money to TYT in order to have a voice, in order to have an operation that can stand up in exactly this moment, right? So I didn't care about my little personal beef. That's a contract thing. You could have that with anybody, right? So I'm not even knocking them for that. I'm just bringing that up because I want you to know that that there's been some seeds there for a long time that's reflective in who they are right now. They are money hungry. And I could say that because of how they're willing to sell their values at a time when we need leftist media. Like we're not, this is not 2016, right? This is not even 2020. This is the onset.
Go off, Pastor Ben, preach. Yeah, that's a fascinating look at it all. I mean, devil's accountant here. Media is a tough industry. Making profits is not easy. I don't know if TYT's ever formally been profitable in that sense. I'm not sure. He told Brianna Joy Gray that they paid back the $20 million. He said that they're, I don't know. I don't know what's provable. I never saw financials on the inside other than my own issue, my own situation. So, paying the rates that people would rather get, and but that's all incidental to everybody in the space knows that you're not getting commercial production rates. You're not getting TV or film production rates. You're getting activist web develop, web content production rates. Right. So I'm just saying and on the left, especially comparatively speaking to the right, there is very little money for this sorts of operation, particularly with Cenk's ambition being far larger. His appetite for ambition is far larger than his capacity to actually realize it, I think. To some degree, sometimes that works out. Sometimes the dreams are huge. The dreams push real far and wide, and they hire people and they end up pushing and they end up somewhere near it. Not to say that it's particularly bad, so to speak. Cenk is the kind of guy that does that because he's a completely helpless potato if he doesn't have other people doing work for him. In his defense to that, like, I wish I could get someone to do the setup and the post so I could just be the brilliant commentator that I know I am inside. I hate every other part of this that I'm doing except for the part where I'm sitting here talking. And honestly, my butt hurts. I'm hungry and I'm getting sad about the cat and I want to get going. But my point being, though, that like Cenk is useless without other people to do the labor for him. He thinks that you should be grateful that he allowed you to labor for him, when in fact it's actually the reverse of that, where he's nothing he ever wanted to do would have been possible if he didn't get Dave Kohler to show up at his living room all over the country, wherever he was, to do work for him, and Jesus and JR, the first intern, the first guys that signed up. And you do have lean times at the beginning, and you do have other times like that. So there's a case to be made for why excessive pay wouldn't be common on the left, but I'm not trying to say that against what Ben said, though. I'm saying that clearly Ben felt disrespected in those dealings. Jeff Wiggins came forward. His video, I'm very jealous because it got like 500,000 views in a few days. Because it's about how he was a Rebel HQ contributor. And I was just like, mine has so much more. It's not a beef. I'm just saying, like, it's like, oh geez, what's your secret? It's a 20-minute video. I did why am I doing that? He did a great job explaining why he left. He didn't feel respected by much of it. I told a story on Dan from the Internet's podcast about someone getting fired during that round, a worker at the Young Turks, and the person who fired this person used the wrong name. Didn't know the person's name. That's pretty low respect. You've heard me say. Sorry, let me alleviate Matt Binder of the pause there.
When you got
there, that's better.
Guys were talking
shiny
about
eyelids there, guy. You've heard me say it a million times. You don't respect somebody when you have them working 40-hour weeks while you call them part-time. I can tell you how profoundly disrespectful that felt. And as I said in the John Ross show, we should definitely go check out John Ross. I have treated Cenk with far more respect than he's treated me. I know it might not seem that way, but I can tell you, when the respect I was hoping for meant the difference between going to a doctor or not, having the feeling of safety that if I got hurt, if I got injured, I might be able to get health care. Because health insurance doesn't guarantee that you get health care. It just guarantees that you'll get the opportunity to have your soul squeezed of more money and more blood from the fucking goons that run the society. And that's what I was hoping to get. That's the respect I wanted, because that would have felt fair. So it is absolutely true that I have treated Cenk with so much more respect than he has treated me this time. Except I'm supposed to suffer that quietly. I'm supposed to just lay there and take it and say, well, what are you supposed to do? At least I got to eat while I worked there. Grateful, decency. Well, he's telling cameras about how people don't have empathy and how people die from not having health insurance. It's absolutely unbelievable. All right, let's wrap up this frickin' show. Let's land this blimp. Let's bring the spruce moose down to the spruce garage. All right, Mike Figueredo. Oh shit, Mike Figueredo from the Humanist Report is in the film Tell the Truth, Cenk. And this is one of those sequences. We're going to watch it, but first we're going to see his commentary on the Leftist Mafia from this episode that we're talking about. I was so relieved to see this. I was surprised. This happened during the week I've been talking about, when everything kind of blew up on Twitter. And he followed me on Twitter too. I saw some other people with the higher profiles, or at least ones I recognized, followed me as well. So hopefully there's more interest in the film. And I had actually submitted a super chat to Humanist Report and a couple other Leftist Mafia guys or people, back in the first month or so of putting out the film in the spring of 2024 this year.
That's not.
Oh wait, no, this one is for me actually. They're out of order on YouTube compared to my back end. I'm sorry. Winners and losers with $5. Hey, just posted clips of Tell the Truth, Cenk, a doc I'm making about TYT's union busting and Cenk's lies. I worked at TYT, would love some eyes. Okay, well, thank you for the recommendation.
Wow, that seems interesting. I want to see that.
I'll check it out. Let me see.
A few people from his audience came over and watched it and then got defensive about my how I showed Mike in the movie. And then there's also a Reddit post where someone had posted like, hey, there's this documentary that takes shots at Hasan and Humanist Report. So not everybody was reacting like that, and I only included it because I believed I could defend it. Now, it's because the sequence in which he shows up is about how media figures or online commentators, Mike and others, received information that they were being given from Cenk. Not to say directly or under the table or, not secretively or anything, but like the whole point of this movie is that as a worker who started a union to try to get health care, I sat in horror as Cenk and TYT and Ana helped signal boost it, put out completely provably false information about how the union started, that it was a ploy by his political opponents to mess up his campaign, which is an absolute lie. Not true. Never was true. They would hang their hat on the fact that IATSE had endorsed Christy Smith, but that was reason to pause and do fact checking, not run with a story that was about the integrity of the workers. So anyway, I had been stressing a little bit about this, about the way that I had portrayed Mike in this, because I wasn't really familiar with him during most of my time at TYT. I'd known of the Humanist Report, but just didn't dial in on it. But in the last few years, I'd come to watch Leftist Mafia, watch his show some, and I have a lot of respect for the guy. I think he's thoughtful. I think he's smart. I think he has good takes. Such and such and such and such, right? I really think that they should have me on. I know you're not supposed to invite yourself, but you guys need to hear the story I got to tell. I think that your audience would want to hear the story. So, what the fuck? So with it going nuts with the film going crazy on Twitter in the last week or two, and other places, with this whole drama stuff that's been happening, I was grateful to start seeing more mentions of it. And in this episode, they talked about TYT a ton, and this video that I had put together, you see the winners and losers logo, of Hasan and Will Neff on the Chuckle Sandwich podcast talking about Cenk's or Hasan's working conditions being exploited and stuff. That's not the word he used. That Cenk would steal his ad sales commissions and that he skirted labor regulations, all that stuff. I wasn't surprised to see this, but I was surprised to hear Mike talk about the film.
Yeah, so this was shared by Hank Thompson, by the way. Hank Thompson, he did a whole documentary on Cenk's union busting because this is one of the organizers of that union. And I watched it. It is really, really, really good and thorough. It's very well done. He has criticisms in that documentary of me as well, and the way that I responded to it.
Where do you find it? Hank Thompson on YouTube?
So if you go to his Twitter account, Hank_Thompson, he has it pinned so you can watch it. Okay. It's so well done. He has criticisms of me as well, but I think they're completely fair. Because the way that I responded to the union as well was I endorsed it, but then I took it back because I believed TYT when they said that it was a psyop by the DNC to basically tank Cenk's congressional career. And I shouldn't have done that, but I didn't want to be like part of a rat fucking campaign. And so I kind of like a coward, I just kind of like retreated. And I didn't say anything when I really should have spoken up. I should have stuck with my initial instinct. So like the way he covers it is just so good. It's perfect. So I'd recommend people watch that. But he did share this.
Perfect. And then they played the video of
and this is
talking about being
is really shocking.
I wanted to intern
there.
I want to move to Los Angeles. Okay, why am I doing that? So Mike took that criticism so incredibly well. I just want to shout that out. It's like it's very easy, and I think many of us get defensive when we're challenged or when something makes us look poorly or when something paints us in a light that we might not want to have seen. And I had thought that maybe I was being too aggressive, or maybe it missed the tone. I might have misunderstood some detail that maybe I completely missed, which would undercut my credibility as a guy making a documentary about credibility. It could have been something he would have rightfully maybe felt somewhat defensive about. I don't know if he'd want to beef with some no-name guy making a documentary or something like that, but it might have led towards more of his fans being defensive or something, which is fine too. And honestly, I still expect to see that a little bit, and at least I'll have this to share and be like, no, actually, Mike was cool. But one thing I kind of wish I had maybe done a better job of is conveying that this sequence is about responsibility from powerful people, not the responsibilities of the people who were less powerful, such as Mike. Mike trusted Cenk. Mike didn't have a reason to distrust Cenk. He might today, having seen the film, having gone through the last few years with this online politics mayhem. But at the time, it was totally appropriate for him to lean towards someone who he knew and who he thought was operating in good faith. He could have maybe made a different decision in terms of, I feel bad that he called himself a coward. I don't necessarily, I mean, respect to you for saying that. And honestly, I really do think that he and I could have a thoughtful conversation, because I really want to go deep on all these things. I think that's the interesting part of this project, or at least I hope for myself that's something of a reward, because it's been nothing but fucking misery, to be honest. So anyway, let's watch the sequence. This leads into it. I think 2 or 3 minutes of this, and but we'll see what he's talking about. Here we go.
With over 1 million followers among these 3 accounts, the company narrative was out of the barn. Confusion and suspicion spread like tater tots in a food fight. While no shortage of randos made the mistake of trusting Cenk, so too did those with platforms of their own. A few examples from the Young Turks cinematic universe stood out. Jeff Waldorf of Waldorf Nation expressed suspicion and understandable confusion. The Humanist Report's Mike Figueredo withdrew his support for TYT Union when the conspiracy reached him. He's against cahoots, so much so he stayed on management's side even after a worker from the very union he was talking about showed up in his mentions. Fair enough. Trusting a boss you know over a worker you don't is an understandable bias, especially when there's money and ambition on the line. Hey, I'm human too. When the eclectic radical added
Obviously, like a little wordplay there with the Humanist Report, right? Me being a human who licks his finger.
As you know over a worker you don't is an understandable bias, especially when there's money and ambition on the line. Hey, I'm human too.
Now, obviously, that's a little bit aggressive. Oh, and then there's more
here.
The
eclectic radical added some clear thinking perspective, including the right-wing nature of busting a union.
I used to be a Republican.
Mike remained where he was most comfortable. Sahil Habibi is the...
So that cahoots bit is a bit...
Mike remained where he was most comfortable. Sahil...
Now, I edited that. That's one of the first... Not the first, but like this is near the beginning of this whole process. And I do remember editing that, and I don't mean this at Mike at all, but there's some anger there. There's a, like this video is sculpted, so to speak, to, I'm really threading a lot of difficult to thread lines, but one of them I hope is that as a narrator, I am both objective and fair and reasonable, but also, and these two things don't necessarily work together, although they kind of do, a universe of righteous fury. Like I want the worker rage to sort of be reflected in the way this narrator is telling the story, that narrator being me. Because there's a lot of fucking anger here. A lot. And I don't necessarily think that this was supposed to be an expression of anger, but I think it's defensible that the frustration of being the person who showed up in the mentions, again, not to say that Mike had any responsibility to me, or that he even could believe just some random guy coming on saying, hey, I was part of this. He might not even have seen this. I mean, it got some likes and stuff. He might have seen it. Who knows? And it would have been a fascinating sliding doors moment here. That's a film reference for you young kids. That had he maybe engaged me here, again, I'm not calling this out as like you're supposed to do this. I'm just saying that there is a pivot point here with if I could have shared with him actually what was going on and the things that I had to do to get this union going, and the reasoning why this whole thing was nonsense, because I was trying to push back, it would have been really fascinating, because what would he have done with that information? He probably would have then called it out, or at least looked into it, or used that as a foundation to go to TYT to ask them, maybe. I don't know exactly how you proceed, but it could have changed the trajectory of the entire deal. I'm just saying that as a kind of an interesting note. So there's a part of me that kind of, even now after seeing what he said, that I might have put this a little bit differently.
It's mentions
than that, but at the same time, I think it reflects this feeling of frustration and the underpin, or the The movie's about power. The movie's about how media works, about responsibility to, those who have power or don't. And Cenk failed. That's not even the right term. That implies that he had intended something to be not failure. But Cenk had a responsibility to protect people. I didn't feel protected when I didn't have health insurance working for his company. I didn't feel protected, nor did the other workers, when he attacked their integrity publicly by saying that the union originated by outsiders, which is complete erasure of the workers' story and the workers' version and their truth and their life. It's also partially why I wanted to do this project. Mike wasn't protected. He's in this video because he trusted somebody who was lying to him. Same is true of Jeff Waldorf. And let's push ahead a little bit here to Sahil Habibi, who played a much more aggressive role in illustrating what I believe, illustrating the case I'm making. And actually, before we do that, let's jump back here. I want to hear Mike say his version of the TYT stuff. So I really appreciated the way he phrased it, because I want to see more people getting their head around the story and like reflecting back to me in their own words, in their own interpretation, what happened and stuff. So the way he described the DNC plot was interesting.
Because the way that I responded to the union as well was I endorsed it, but then I took it back because I believed TYT when they said that it was a psyop by the DNC to basically tank Cenk's congressional career. And I shouldn't have.
A psyop by the DNC to tank Cenk's congressional career. That's an interesting way of putting it. So we jump back over. Here's the continuation. We'll just back up.
Mike remained where he was most comfortable. Sahil Habibi is the progressive voice.
It's progressive voice.
He's the TMZ of political punditry.
Who's the TMZ of political punditry?
Anna loves him.
I love him.
She loves his show.
And I love his show.
The Harvey Levin of political punditry tweeted, "Poor Cenk got snaked by his employees." And in a video titled TYT's Cenk Uygur recognizes TYT union after air quote union busting controversy, he follows Cenk and Anna's lead in trashing the workers.
Those employees, those 15 employees, man, y'all suck, dude. I don't know what to tell you. You guys are terrible, man. I mean, thanks for laying out all this damage for your quest for, I don't know what, you're puffing up of whatever.
Well, it's clear he actually has some really great political instincts.
You actually have some really great political instincts.
On the right, Cenk's hypocrisy was gleefully slobbered over by not at all insecure.
You get the wet emoji? You know what I'm trying to say with that one? They don't know what that they've never encountered. Yeah. The way Mike handled that, though, was really mature, impressive, and great. And I'm grateful that I don't have to like worry about explaining that. Because I was like, I got a lot of other shit that's heavier and more difficult and much more a part of my stress matrix than that. But it was one of those like loose ends that I was like, this Mike thing is going to be a thing, because I also hope that Leftist Mafia might be interested in talking about it. I think they would be. It seems like a story they should care about. But it's kind of about them. David Doyle's in it. I do have a clip from Lance that's where he's talking to Sahil about Cenk, actually, from the campaign, but I don't think it's not in the film. And then what I've already done, and it's not edited, but I've been paying attention to this world. I've mapped out Mike's arc. So people we meet in the first half of the movie, we're going to revisit in the second half. We're going to do kind of an update chunk or something. The New York Times story needs to be updated. There's another appearance by Joe Rogan in the mix, and definitely more from Mike, because he went on his own journey with TYT in terms of his respect or appreciation for them too. So Mike's arc, he had a redemption arc baked into the film as it was going to come through. But I'm just super thrilled and grateful that he received it like that, and that also that he just had such nice things to say about how good the documentary was, because that's also the thing that I need most out of this whole fucking thing. Is I need to be done with it. I need to move on. I need to do something else. This is killing me. It's not, and hopefully something where I can get paid. I honestly, if I told you how much money I've made in the last 3 or 4 years, it's stunning. Really truly horrid. very validating though to see that, aside from just the reflection on Mike's character, but also my own intention and hope, and all this work might turn out to not be for nothing, because people do seem to want to know the story and want to hear about the story and what happened. So just to kind of relate this, and we're done here, we're wrapping it up, but I did want to correct a detail. This isn't to call anybody out, but it's fascinating to see that the story is starting to get out. Someone sent in a super chat to Rebecca that she's about to read about my situation, which it's like, wow. I mean, that's a sign that it's not just like me squeaking loud enough to get attention and someone says something. This is actually people are sharing about this whole thing, which I'm thrilled to see. And so again, like, this is not like a correction, like, hey, you're wrong. It's just more, but like, it's actually worse than what is told here. Here's Rebecca.
And the video editor that pushed for the union, he had to fight to get healthcare coverage from TYT for over 7 months. He was working 40-hour work weeks.
Wow.
Tigwick, glad.
Double wow. Here's that super chat, just because I saw it on screen. Work appropriate. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Not to me, I didn't. But the video editor that pushed for the union had to fight to get healthcare coverage from TYT for over 7 months. That's true, except it was actually 12 months. After the 7-month fight, I was switched from independent contractor to part-time and still working 40-hour weeks while called part-time. So it's actually like a lot worse, in my opinion. It's that moment they said, okay, we'll fix the independent contractor situation. We're just going to screw you in a different paperwork thing, and you're still not going to get benefits. If that's not something you should unionize about, I don't know what is, right? So, thanks. So yeah, thanks to the world. Thank you, everybody. Why am I doing this? Like I won the Oscars or some shit. But I'm so grateful to see people are interested in this story. I'm thrilled to see people are liking the quality of the work. I hope people, a few have said that's funny. I did go for it to be funny. The animated character part of it is sort of goofy and weird, and it's supposed to be quirky. And I didn't have an outline, man. I just was starting to work on it, and then I was just following my instincts, and it just like I'm already off the rocker on a good day, but it would have driven me completely bonkers my entire life if I never said or something about this. And I'm an aspiring filmmaker who was in the middle of a really weird and intense union thing, and then a weird and intense political event. And I have the foundation of interest in news and sports news and politics for most of my life since I was a weird teenager. The video editing ability, the incentive to do it, the gumption to put it out, the knowledge of TYT, the credibility that comes from having a deep history with TYT. We heard Mike say that he's been a listener since 2008. I think I probably started in 2007 or so. Like I recall when Jill Pike was the regular, not Anna, or before Anna even showed up. No, it's not a competition, but like I had this strange long story here, and it's a way for me to do something with the last 14, 10, 12 years of my life. If I just went away quietly, I would have carried this strange story in my soul that would have eaten away at me like kryptonite in Superman's Cheez-Its, and it would have caused problems for me in that sense. But also, like, what did I get out of this time? This is hopefully of service to the labor movement. I hope it educates people that I could take this agonizing experience and put this work in on a personal side. I hope it leads to more work in terms of video something or other, or support directly as an independent producer, because I am unemployable. The autism makes me unemployable. It's super difficult. There's a reason autistic people have an unemployment rate in the 80 percentile. My hands make me unemployable, and doing this makes me fucking unemployable. Jimmy Dore and Cenk Uygur are both on my resume. I have a horrible resume, gaps in it. Really, that's really the worst part of it is the gaps. But like, this is going to make me far more unemployable. I mean, could you imagine a bigger red flag to a corporation? But there's people out there who need videos, and there's maybe people out there that would like to work on stuff, or that get to know me and can assess the kind of person I am and might want to work with me on something. And I really hope to teach. That's actually something with the cat going away. Poor kitty. She deserves so much better. With finally finding the cat the right home, I will get back 2 to 4 hours of time a day in terms of my ability to focus, and I'll be so grateful to finally have that time back. I'll still screw it up. I still find ways to fuck it all up, but I'm just thrilled, and I'm just so sad about I mean, this cat story is working out better than it could have in a sense. The tragedy of it is that I didn't talk to my neighbors all I had to do was say, "Hey, do you know anything about this cat back here?" I would have made friends with the neighbors. I would have saved the cat. I would have helped because I wasn't going to give up on the cat at that point. And I would have spared myself all this time. And tomorrow's going to be a really hard day. I'm crying just thinking about it because it's this whole experience has been unhappy. I wish I could say the cat made it better, but it didn't. I'm not wired for that. And again, it's not the cat's fault. It's like extra ironic because she's a particularly sweet, gentle, nice, lovely little cat. You know, you gotta want to have a cat in order. It's like having a fucking babysitting job I was paying for. And so, but I couldn't bring her to it. I mean, the shelters are tough to get into anyway, but like that would have felt like abandoning her. So the fact that she's going to be well cared for, the fact that she's going to somewhere that's to live with someone who wants a cat, I'm going to keep reminding myself of that tomorrow to try to keep the tears away. Cause, I cry super easy, man. My emotions boil up real hard and real fast. And I partly what autistic people experience when they reach the burnout stage, particularly the unidentified ones, the late identified, not to discount those who are diagnosed at earlier stages of their life. We all have our own way of it. This kind of burnout can cause, and especially if you don't even know what autism is I was going through the burnout way before I'd even learned what autism is. Your mask goes away. Your ability to hide it goes away. The energy it takes to hide it goes up, or meaning you have less to spend. And so that's where you can't hide it. And so like, I have to live in this world where I could easily cry at the drop of dimes don't make me cry, but quarters. What am I doing? And it's kind of hard. And so I'm just excited to be done with it tomorrow. And I'll be sad. And tomorrow I'm going to have a lot of tears even afterwards. It's gonna. I'm sure I'll even miss the cat. But you got to do what's right. So thanks for listening. Welcome to the show, everybody. Check out SuckProfessor to watch me play Valheim. It's just another way for me to podcast while playing games. Sometimes I get rambling. Sometimes I just chill out. It's supposed to be relaxing. It's like Viking Minecraft is basically what it is. I just love building stuff. To me, it's all about decorations and building things. So go check that out in the description. I'm very eager to work on more of those. Going to do a fundraiser really soon in January. Dreading it because I don't know how to. Just the promotion stuff makes my head go nuts. It's just all that humans. I just need help. I fucking need help. And then we're gonna focus. I'm gonna try to pull back. Honestly, like after the fundraiser, I'm not gonna go dark. Honestly, I'll probably do a better job putting out content in terms of the podcast, but I'm going to get focused. This has to finish. It has to be done. I need this to be done. It's not, I just don't want it to go on forever. And I had a realization, and I will say bye. I'm not in charge of this movie. This is not my story. I mean, I'm telling my story the way I tell it, but I'm not in charge of the events of this movie. You know, that ain't me. It's a documentary. If it was fiction, I would be. This is a documentary. Someone else, and although I probably will end the movie somewhere near the Hansi phone call, more than likely, because that's just a good spot to end, I think. It's still going on. Depending on what happens between now and summer, when I'm hoping to finish it, maybe there'll be more. Maybe something else will happen in terms of TYT acknowledging it or whatever. You know, but it ain't up to me, right? I thought that was just a thought that I had about it. And I was like, yeah, that is true. It is. It's really not my choice how the story ends. So that's all we got. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure somebody go click on the Jay Leno video so we can get up to 50 views. High quality comedy. And look for more. And talk to you again soon. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you. Good night.